Going to check in. Hello and welcome to the Invite Gaming. I think they've named a tournament called Legends of Infight, and joining me today, of course, is going to be Cosmin. It's going to be a fantastic day. It's a nice, small German community tournament that's being hosted here for you guys, and we're going to be showing you guys as much of the action as we can throughout this day. It is a Swiss into Top Cat format. Quite standard format that we've been seeing throughout most tournaments, and also on top of that it is just standard best of three, and I believe it is just the Riot Lock format, so also known as Champion Lock, aka you can't repeat regions and champions combinations across your decks.
AKA everyone hates it because it's too open and you can just bring the three best decks in the meta and perform with them no matter what.
You say that, however, from like previous tournaments that we've been seeing, the meta is actually a bit up in the air for tournaments right now. It could be people trying out different lineups, but we've seen a mixture of people bringing sort of triple aggro, a mix of aggro plus like Zoe decks and Lee Sin decks. It's genuinely been very interesting the past couple of days seeing the lineups people have brought. You're a good example of that with the Twin Suns tournament that happened yesterday, where you brought Lulu Shen and made it to Top Cup with that. So just to say, I think the tournament meta is still a bit wide open. It's still not solved for sure.
And I think one of the things that weighs into this is that people are freaking tired of Targon. People are not playing Targon anymore. Everything is going aggro, is up in the air. People want fast games. People want to have fun. Targon has been here forever, and we already know from the tournaments that we've cast, Targon versus Targon, not the most entertaining matches, and I had to play versus Elix Targon versus Targon yesterday, and man, what a grueling match it was.
Yeah, the thing is that they're not interesting in the sense of, I think, mainly for viewers, because viewers tend to have the knowledge of both hands a lot of the time when they're watching the Targon mirrors. Whereas if you're playing it, there's a lot of considerations, a lot of things to think about. Which invoke do I take? Which do I overcommit on the mana this turn to slam it down? They could have a comet, they could have a heart. You know what I mean? There's a lot of different lines that you have to be worried about in the Targon mirror that could end up losing you the match. Whereas if you can see both hands as a caster and as players, and we're showing you both hands, you can kind of go, yeah, one side's just got the better hand in terms of value.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that because, as you said, you do not know what they invoked.
Yeah.
Even if they pick fast, if they pick slow, I think there's the trend going around. Even if you have the right card, you just stay and think a bit, maybe throw your opponent off, or you just pick fast, they think you have the answer. You can bamboozle them, you can trick them. That's also an option.
Yeah, for sure. Our first match of the day, I believe, is going to be Ranu versus Seth Cherry. Ranu, experienced tournament player that we've seen across the board, and Seth Cherry, who I believe is one of my first times on this stream as well to talk about them. So, in general, how would you feel about this player matchup between these two guys? It's first round of Swiss.
As you mentioned, one player we already know who he is. They are present a lot in the local Spanish scene as well as in DORs. He has some DORs tied up to his name, usually making the top cuts. And whenever you mention the name, especially in the Spanish community, you know where we are talking about. Not to mention the international scene. Seth Cherry is a runner-up that is going to need to make a splash, maybe in the first round.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is where I would have loved to have a Smash.gg tournament, because then I can use my tool to see if they've played anything else in Smash, at least, so I can have a little bit of information on players that I don't know about.
Did you actually play in any Smash.gg tournament?
What, me?
Yes, you.
I'm trying to think. I think I have maybe one or two.
I do want to see in one of the breaks, or maybe when you do not have something to talk about, a head-to-head you versus me on Smash.gg.
I don't know if I can grab that easily. Or quick enough, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, we need to focus on the game on the hands, which, by the way, should be starting very soon. Is Rano having a delay or anything? Because I think we're taking streams spectator mode. If you're the tournament organizer or if you're a caster, we advise you to not go for that. Streams are better, or OBS Ninja are the way to go for now.
So I do have Seth Cherry's list, by the way, and he has brought Ezreal LeBlanc, Renekton Sejuani, and Deep, Maokai Nautilus. How do you feel about this lineup?
I honestly think it's all over the place. Like it does. I don't think it targets something in particular. It's that three decks probably the person has fun with. As for example, we do not see the usual Ezreal Draven, which is the more favored deck. I think people have experimenting with the Ezreal and LeBlanc, but the value from the access, the discard potential is just better. And what we're going to see here, I think, is Azir Lucian Burn. This deck has been present here a lot of times. There has been some discussions, especially when I discussed with Ultraman, if you would want to include the ancient preparations in an aggro deck, because I think that you would simply want to just go faster to have a one drop instead.
So that's the thing. I think I love ancient preparations as a deck because it's not an aggro deck in the truest sense. It plays way more like a combo deck where you try to build your pieces, you try to get Lucian on 2 as often as you can. Ancient Preparations does help achieve that. You try to get a 0 on 3 again to help achieve that. You want to be able to increase the opportunities where you can pull off that combo, so you can consistently play it down over the next couple of turns to get it to stick, and then just get a massive triple attack going straight away, which is kind of how it plays. It's like as I mentioned, it's like kind of like a weirdish combo deck. Even though it is kind of aggressive in the fact that you can curve out and you can just steamroll the first couple of turns. The deck itself really relies on having Lucian and Azir sitting on the board.
I think the same could have been said about the TFs, because it was in essence a combo deck. Yes, they could steamroll you, as you mentioned, as this deck can do if it has the right curve, but it is in essence a combo deck because you do need to assemble the pieces. One advantage that TFs had, and I think playing Demacia now with Lucian and Azir does not have, is the draw potential. I only think you have the Vanguard Redeemer as your draw potential, and the Rena's Path most of the times.
Yes, so you are relying on cards like Ancient Preparations to improve the reliability of your draw. So you can scry essentially and put cards at the top of the deck that you actually want to get over the next couple of turns. Double Cithria is not fantastic here. This is a turn where we would have really loved Azir, but luckily we have double Emperor Dice on the board, so that's going to actually cause a little bit of a problem here. Okay, we're just going full in. I don't mind this at all.
Yeah, especially because looking at Seth Cherry's list, they are not running any quicksand. I have seen people running one-off quicksands. I even discussed with Delton the possibility of running one copy of quicksand, just because in the tournament scene, having that one of that people are going to fear might weigh in heavily for you.
Yeah, Trolltron is still a card though that could come out here. That can cause a little bit of an issue. I believe that's going to just only level up Lucian. He's not going to get the attack.
We're seeing Dionys die. We are seeing...
Oh, he is going to get the attack. Okay. That's actually huge.
We do see though Seth Cherry keeping 5 mana up. They might have double Troll Chant or Troll Chant plus a Shape Stone. Is that going to cut it? I think
no,
it might,
because there's a barrier on Lucian, so...
Quick 2-1 from Ranu. Nothing much to be said, but now with this Lucian leveling up and with C3 on the board, I think it's going to be fairly easy for him to attack, and the C3 is going to buff all the Sand Soldiers that are going to come in from the Emperor's Days.
Yeah, I'm going to be worried about an exhaust coming down here. There are 3 copies of it in the deck.
Plus 1 copy of Ruthless Predator, and having the Renekton in hand makes it even more likely to have a copy of Ruthless Predator or a card that awards exhaust to a unit. You are losing your 4-3, and because of Renekton's ability, he gets +2/+1 when he is dragging a unit, when he is challenging a unit, and now seems like everything is going to die on Ren's side.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. He does have a second Cithria, but unfortunately that's actually not going to be enough here. Um, ooh, that is fantastic. The marshal there being drawn. You have to attack as well with it, which is a bit of a downside, but it will force the blocks out here.
It will force the blocks. You put your opponent essentially on 4 because once the Sand Soldiers die, and if they hit the Nexus, they just do an additional 1 damage. You can actually try to save your Marshal, fortunately, so you still represent a unit on the board. Let's see if there is a Troll Chant. There is none, so Reinhardt currently up on the board. And I do not think there is a way that his opponent can heal him at this point, even
Battle
with
Fury. What about Battle Fury? How does that fare here?
Battle Fury is still not enough
Yeah.
because it's all his mana, and he's still putting him on 1. I think, right? Not even on 1.
Yeah, you could just hit okay here and only take 3. Yeah, this is the problem against Overwhelmed decks. A lot of the time is if you spot that they could have a potential Battle Fury and they're trying to get you to block or something, you just hit pass and take the damage, as long as it's not lethal.
Yeah, or sometimes you can just go for the block, and if you are Targon, for example, you just take the block and you just have the Hush as the backup. But what you need to keep in mind is if they have a Ruin Runner on the board, because that has Spell Shield, and Hush is not able to work that properly, so you might want to have a second copy of Hush, or at least just take the damage and barely stay alive.
Yeah, and Ranu takes that 1-0 up here, up against Seth Cherry in the first round. I'm curious to see what his other deck lists are overall, because I haven't been able to find them.
Yeah, we do not have access to them, unfortunately. But we do have access to Seth Cherry's list. And looking at this list, looking at the Lucian list, the two facing off, they have the same issue. You do not have that much draw. Maybe the Lucian list because you do have the Vanguard Redeemers and you can go for Ruinous Paths. If Run is running, it makes the draws more likely. Ancient Preparations you mentioned, but in the overall deck, you just have Preservarium. So you need to hit that curve.
So it is an Ashe LeBlanc list coming out here. No Sejuani's at all. Pretty straightforward mid-range deck. Curious to see how this fares up against the Overwhelm list.
Technically, I think the freeze list should be favored simply because you can shut down huge swings with some of your freeze effects. But if there is, as we have mentioned, the Ruin Runner on the board, that makes things slightly harder because it's going to need at least 2 spells in order to try to remove it. And even then, they can do backups.
Yeah, usually Troll Chant is the key card for that. Because it's a simple way of potentially just keeping your own unit alive while removing the spell shield.
But a very aggressive start of the turns for Ranu here. He manages to put 8 past his opponent on the turn 2, and things are really not looking great. He even gets the Yeti.
Yeah,
this is what you want.
Yeah, I've spoken so much about why this Yeti on 4 is fantastic in this type of deck, and it's purely because on 5, a lot of the time you want to play Hearthguard, as we can see, that is in Ranu's hand. So getting it on 4 is so much better because what happens if you get it on 5, you're still most likely going to drop Hearthguard, and then it still doesn't come down until like turn 6, which again isn't fantastic.
Ranu here just seems to be inclined to take it. Maybe they didn't want to waste the Troll Chant for no reason. They can draw 2 more cards coming up next turn. They also have the freeze if they would want to go for a big swing, or they even have the Avaros and Hardguard, I think, which is even better to make your units even beefier against a deck that is overwhelmed, that relies on stats. Making your units beefier and also buffing them for Retrofere and SSF doesn't necessarily sound bad.
Yeah, you also got an option to draw 2 cards with the Treferian Assessor, which is fantastic here if you wanted to go for it. You don't need to, but it felt like you're not going to get much better chances anytime soon with it, especially with your current attack that's coming out from Ranu.
An important thing we might want to mention is that if there is a Shapestone, it's not going to be enough to save this Renekton, but Troll Chant does it very easily.
Yeah, the question is now, do we use anything? No, because Troll Chant doesn't really change the outcome of this attack for us.
Yeah, definitely. We probably just go for the draw that was planned for the last turn. On this turn now, get 2 cards, sit comfortable, or we can still try to drag along a bit and play LeBlanc.
I don't know if I even like. I honestly just like the draw too, because you're gonna have to block this turn. You might as well get the 2 draw out, because you're not gonna easily set up more than 2 draw over the next 2 to 3 turns.
I think I would have even liked to see something like the Archer in order to die down a bit of the pressure your opponent is still afraid to attack because they might lose their Renekton in the process. You can still fairly block this one. It's just a matter of do you want to block with the hardcore or with the 5-1 because of the overrun.
You definitely just block with the 5-5. The 5-1 is kind of irrelevant right now in terms of attacking power. So against the overwhelm deck, 5-1 doesn't really mean anything when you attack, right? There's no like, everything's gonna trade pretty well for you for the most part.
If there is a Shapestone and there is a Shapestone that is going to whiff the Culling Strike, and that means we say bye-bye to LeBlanc just because of that.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a bit of an commitment. Maybe we could have just gotten a win, sacrificed the Hearthguard and hit OK and only just play Troll Chant to keep LeBlanc alive.
We are still dragging on this Trifarian Assessor to draw us as many cards as possible. I do like, however, the Ash development because you are going to be able to freeze any more units, but stage 1 comes down, and that means just one unit is going to be frozen, and you might even not get to attack.
And maybe we'd like the draw first before I play the Archer. In case
What
that changes.
from the draw?
Another Troll Chant.
That's essentially just another Troll
Or a
Chant.
free or a Brittle Steel. Are there even any Brittle Steels in this list? I have no idea.
There is no Brittle Steel, I think, in... actually, yeah, we're talking about Ranu's list. Ranu's list is a mystery for us, guys, because we do not see him in the deck lists.
So this is another. I mean, this is the thing. It's this attack's kind of saying, look, I might have another Troll Chant here from Renu's side or a Brittle.
I think the opponent might have gotten the read that there is no Troll Chant simply because the opponent thought a few seconds before actually queuing in the Ash as an attacker because they might lose it as well. So that might give it away that Run doesn't have another Troll Chant.
Yeah, there goes most of the board here for Renu. He's in a bit of a pickle now. This Assessor again now is only going to draw 1. unless we keep playing big units. I'm thinking Hearthguard is pretty good here. But again, you might need to use your draw engine here to look for a flash freeze or something of that nature.
Maybe he wanted to buff the units first. Maybe you get something like, oh, double Assessor. If we manage to reach to that turn, we are going to witness
I was like, you take that pass every time as Ranu. Now you just draw. Now we just draw and hope, right? Okay, there's freeze. Okay, there's a Trifarian Glory Seeker. That's fantastic here. We can remove 1 unit. Do we try going for the Alpha Wild Claw?
I think we might very well go for it. Brittle still is not accomplishing much because you can just freeze the free. You can even go for free Steelsters, go for a flash freeze, and then just make your attacks even better. The magic of it is you can even play it on the burst speed on the attack of your opponent. You just pick up the flash freeze and freeze the unit that is more likely to threaten an important and valuable unit for you. In this situation, I think the 5/5 that is blocking the Ash.
Yeah, so this, I don't think you ever use flash freeze. I honestly think you hit okay because you need to save that freeze for the Sejuani attack on the next turn. If there is, like I said, another... I think you have a read that Seth Jarrett probably has like a Battle Fury. It's the last card in their hand. So you that's the way you lose, right? Is Battle Fury at this point in the game. So you just need to... You block, hit okay. If they Battle Fury, you got the freeze for yourself.
Yeah, and it's their only out in this situation. They have gone for an open attack. They are still seeming to cheese this attack. Maybe they do not have the battlefield, but they are representing it aggressively. But at this point, it's just going to take 2 decimates
Wait, why did we just not decimate there?
because we want to show dominance and beat the opponent with the sheer power of our attack and our board. This is called Noxian dominance, I guess.
I was trying to think. I guess there's no out there either. There's nothing that Seth Jerry could have done to really change the outcome of that match, regardless if we decimated or not. So Ranu, nice quick 2-0 up against Seth Cherry. Brought a pretty aggressive lineup overall. He's got the Ashe LeBlanc sort of mid-range deck, and then the Azir Lucian sort of. It's like it plays similarly to Scouts in the fact that you just want to attack a lot.
Yeah, like I think people start calling this list Sand Scouts at this point. Yeah, I asked Coinflip what did he bring because I'm going to face him in a tournament, and he was like double Scouts, and I'm like, but there's only one type. Oh, Azir Scouts. All right, got it. I think one main card that is relevant in that list is the is Jarvan's card. What was it called? I completely forgot.
Jarvan's card, isn't it Cataclysm?
Cataclysm. It feels so not intuitive to name a card that challenges things Cataclysm. When I hear Cataclysm, I expect things to just drop on the board or anything. Cataclysm, it's really interesting as a name of a card. Let's see if we can pick up another game, and we can, and it is Breach Kata.
Yeah, he's up against card 10 Nage. I'm not sure what the score is, so I've just set it as 0-0 for now. They are in the middle of their set. This still could be game 1, considering we're on turn 9. And it's not looking good here for Kata. He's got no hand. He's up against is that a Jav? That's a Jarvan Shen instead of Fiora.
And yeah, it is a Jarvan Shen. Actually, it is a Jarvan Shen. And with the River Shaper engine on the board, you might even need to be blocking the Shen. And this attack might signal us that there might be a barrier effect. A riposte, a Shen, anything really does it.
Yeah, but how do you even block Shen? You don't, right?
you do not block anything at this point.
You got the old school can't block tag going there for you, and that is okay. 2-0 against Breach Kata. Breach Kata actually going 0-1 right off the bat here in the tournament. One of the players I would have argued is probably one of the more favorites in the tournament. Very, very strong tournament player. Overall, he has fantastic results. So a bit of an unfortunate start for him here.
Well, he did bring triple aggro. He said he wants to experiment with this sort of lineup. Maybe mid-range suits him better. At this point, everything suits him better, but I don't know. How much do you think we're going to see this aggro meta in the tournament scene?
I think just for another week, right? As people just try it out, and they'll go back to the least and less decks they all love and enjoy playing. I know a lot of players do that. They try it out in the smaller tournaments. They might try the triple aggro and stuff just to have a good feel of how it is, and then they go and play the decks they think are better. Basically, they're it's also a medical, right? So there's a number of reasons. So number one is you want a medical. You think, okay, a lot of people might be bringing Lee Sin and that sort of stuff. So if I go triple aggro, I can prey on it. However, if everyone keeps thinking that, everyone's now brought triple aggro, as we saw last week.
I think we have seen it in every single tournament. Like on Friday in the Portuguese tournament, people with triple aggro. In Twin Suns, everyone with triple aggro. OLS as well. And now everyone seems to have some sort of a triple aggro or some Lee Sin deck and double aggro, just because Lee Sin is such a great deck in this meta. And I think it's also a meta call. People have been saying that with TFS out of the way, Lee Sin should technically be the dominant deck of the meta.
Yeah, you can only hope. I honestly think that might be it for round 1. I don't have any other matches I can grab for you right this second.
Is Damian streaming?
I don't see anyone else is streaming, and most of the matches are actually finished, apart from a few.
Looking at these names, there's no one that is usually streaming. So yeah, this might be just it for the round one.
Yeah, so my Delton, it doesn't. Yeah, that's the thing. Lee is good, so it doesn't even necessarily counter. It just you have a better odd. The problem is against Lee, obviously Sparklefly and Eye of the Dragon. So they just if they slam those down in an aggro matchup very early on, it's pretty tough even for aggro decks.
Yeah, I think I had a discard aggro opponent that curved almost perfectly, and then I just had triple Eye of the Dragon. Then he was like, "Nope, not today." And I think Lee Sin decks kind of hold the place for what Fyorashen used to be, a deck that's 50-50-ish in most of the meta decks that are being played, and can still win sometimes, as we mentioned, with a few healing options from the aggro decks as well.
Yeah, let me see if I can grab something. I really want to show more matches. Do I have any of these guys inclined? I'm not streaming on a delay is the only downside. Oh, I should probably change that command. That doesn't exist anymore. I just saw that appear and I forgot about the timers. I changed all the commands but forgot about the timers. Ignore that, guys. That's from my old tournament that I ran a few weeks ago.
Is it something about Match Arena?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is indeed. So, there we go. I'm just gonna...
Do you have Nawatics in your friend list?
I can check, but I don't know if you'll want me streaming it because I don't have a delay on the stream. I don't. So for tournaments, I understand the need for the delay, but I'd rather have other people put it on their channels. Purely for the reason when I'm streaming the tournament, I like to be able to interact with people in chat rather than wait 5 minutes before they hear my response.
I mean, that is the issue with the players as well, because while they want to focus and not get sniped, they also might want to play with the other guys. For example, Brechet Kata is never streaming. I think he's never been streaming with a delay. Outside of seasonal, never.
Yeah, let me quickly see if I've got them. Yeah, I have Nawatics.
They might be in the last parts of the rounds. So,
I mean, there's also the thing that spectate just never works for me. Like, I hit it and nothing happens most of the time.
Yeah. We have been talking before the tournament that in the Portuguese tournament we had a sharp mismatch, and it was a Portuguese only tournament. So how could that happen? It's beyond me.
Yeah, like, okay, I'll show you guys. This is what I see every time, by the way. I see this. And it's just nothing happens. So either they're still choosing decks or I don't know. But I've done that where I've sat there for about 10 minutes, maybe longer, and it's just nothing.
It's either that people are just sitting there talking with the opponent and forget to exit the challenge. I do that when I take pre-screens of my score, so you don't have proof if someone asks.
Yeah, I mean, it is true, but people can just exit the lobby very, very quickly. Normally that is because when someone's internet is not working great, is the reason, yeah. Or they aren't in-game yet. I assume they're not in-game, but it says they're in-game when I hit spectate, so I don't know.
I think one player that would probably be able to watch through all the rounds would be Fresh Lobster, because he's not someone that is known for finishing the games really fast.
Yeah, except he's turned his spectate off. Rightly so. Unless he's streaming, right? I mean, he doesn't want people watching without his permission.
Yeah. We do understand that and we do respect that. At least now people can just close off spectator mode when they want to prepare for tournaments, or at least do not get sniped. But on the other side, for casters, makes it even harder to watch the games. Riot, tournament in-game, please? Tournament mode?
This is why I wanted a tournament mode. And you know, even would be even better is if the tournament mode could put a delay on what we see, so we can just stream live.
Yeah, we need a petition to Riot for that. All the casters should unite, make a petition, and then share it everywhere so people can sign it, and we can get that type of tournament mode.
Because then I don't have to put the stream on delay. I need to figure out a solution if there is no delay, so I can just add a delay to what the stream sees, but not me talking, if that makes sense. I don't know how I'd even do that though.
I think people are going for someone streaming the actual games, and you can put the video feed on a delay. That's a thing.
Okay, I have an idea. So I do an unlisted YouTube. I need 2 PCs now for this setup though. I do an unlisted YouTube stream somewhere where it's hidden with a 5-minute delay, and then I cast off the window capture of the YouTube video,
which is awful.
And I don't know. I think that's the only solution I can think of in my head. But yeah, I can't actually watch Narratics right now. So, unfortunately, that's probably it for round 1 in terms of who you can watch.
Yeah, we're probably going to be able to watch more once these games settle. Let's hope Brechet Kata is going to still keep streaming, and let's hope Ren, excuse me, will definitely not be knocked off, or at least is going to be able to play more.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you said Katazus was meant to streaming, but I don't see him even checked in.
No, not Katazus, Kata.
Kata. Brechet Kata. Okay.
Brechet Kata.
Okay.
The other Kata.
The other Kata. Okay, fair enough. I think that's it, right? We're gonna hop to a short break, guys. When we're back, we'll have hopefully round 2 for you guys to show, and I'll try find more people to stream for you guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back hopefully in just a couple. In the next 10 minutes or so. So don't go anywhere. Wrong screen. Rip. There we go. And we are back. Apologies for the delay. We do have round number 2 here open. And we have a spicy game 1 coming up for you guys, where we're bringing back Ranu here into round 2. However, this time his opponent is going to be Fresh Lobster, and what a match this is going to be. So we have one of the best German players against one of the best Spanish players in round 2 already playing each other here. What do you feel about this, Cusman? Do you think this is grand final material we might be seeing here already?
It might very well be, because even if they pick up a loss in this round, it's still not over. They can still make it as the next ones, and they can try to run it back in the top cut next week. But you mentioned about Spice, and Spice is the word when it comes to Fresh Lobster, because he has 3 interesting decks. We're going to start with the less spicy, because that's no surprise, this is Fiorashen. I do not know if he just believes in the deck too much, that he has enough protection to take care of the Fiora so far, but the next 2 are truly spicy, because he is playing Zoe Vi.
Yeah, and the third deck is a Garen, Jarvan, Aurelion Sol, which is also kind of spicy because he's bringing 2 Garens, 2 Javas, 2 Aurelion Sols, and it's very much a mid-range focused deck. It's got Star Shaping and Sunburst in there, Concerted Strikes. It's running a single copy of Fangs, Radiant Guardians, Solari Sunforgers. A lot of healing is in this deck. I feel like he's gone for, okay, how do we stop the aggressive lineups? And this is the deck for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he played this type of lineup in it yesterday as well, but it definitely looks spicy. And if you expect a lot of aggro lineups in the first days to emerge, because everyone is bored of Targon, I think this is the list to go to. Not sure to mention that Penitent Squire, the card in this deck, makes a lot of sense because you can pick your trades a lot easier. I think it's what Grand Plaza would have done before, but now you just have 1 challenger, and you can still pick your trades.
Well, a lot of the time you ran guys like Cithri or Fleet Feather instead. Now you can just run the Squire and give yourself trades later on in the game. Instead, you have a lot of... how many elites do you even have in the deck? Not too many is the problem though, right? You're running, what? About 7 elites or so?
I think we can say only with Jarvan and Garen we have 4 if we are counting, because it's a 2-2 split. We have another 6 with the Honor Lord and Penitent Square. There's a few.
Penitent Squire is not an elite.
Oh, wait, never mind. So we actually have 7.
Yeah, which could actually be quite a low number. However, though, Penitent Squire doesn't necessarily need to come down on 1. You can play that a little bit later in the game to get the tattered banner in your hand later on, which gives you that challenger to a card that you want to play.
And sometimes if you do not need it, I do like the inclusion of Spaces Catcher, because you just discard it away and find something useful, something like an Equinox, something like a stun, if you expect people to be aggressive.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I like this list a lot. It's I came for the gym in here. Okay, Kat. Okay, I can see what's about to happen, and I'm going to quickly change the cost.
Wait, what's happening? Does someone redeem for you to do some push-ups or anything?
Yeah, I'm changing the cost quickly.
Or you can just disable them for the duration of the tournament.
Nah, I think it still stays because it's fun. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a 4-minute cooldown on it as well and make it a bit more. There we go. Okay, there we go. That should save me a little bit now, so people can't just spam it.
Alright, James is not going to have a gym day today.
No, I put a cooldown on it so I can just do it a little bit later. I'll do some now quickly while we wait for the first match anyway. You can talk about the matches. Make it 1,000 so I can buy more. No, I'm making it more expensive so you can't buy more. Okay, give me a few minutes.
Alright, guys.
For ages, so it's gonna kill me.
In the meantime, when James is going to enlighten us with some reps, with some push-ups probably, we are going to talk a bit about the matchups, which is very hard because we do not have the decks of Ranu so far, but we did speak about this Garen, Jarvan, Aurelius list quite a lot, so we can move to the Zoe Vi list. it is pretty spicy because it is also trying to somehow counter the aggressive list. Star Shaping is the prime card for that in particular. The Fangs are also quite crucial when it comes to playing against the aggro. In that list, in the other list, he has been playing Radiant Guardian. In this list, he is not playing something like a replacement in Solaris Sunforger, but still, quite a few units early on. Ballistic Bot can manage to push some damage with the ignitions. It gives a lot of discard material if you have Spaces Catcher. Mountain Goat as well. If it comes down early, it might be a nuisance for the aggro decks. Nonetheless, get excited. And one copy of Aftershock actually are going to be enough, besides Thermal Beams and Mystic Shots, in order to get rid of any aggression. And James is back.
Okay, I'm back. Oh, okay, tired.
Did Granite start the games? Or
they haven't.
Still banning?
They're still talking. Lobster doesn't know what the deck lists are, so they're just waiting.
Yeah, it would be nice. We actually already have a win. Just one win? I guess we have more wins.
Wait.
No, we have already a win 12 minutes ago? Or something like that. People have this fast.
Well, that must have been an aggro matchup, right?
It must be aggro. I'm so sad that we cannot watch all these players, because we are going to be reliant at this point to just streaming one or two people that are already streaming on Twitch. Maybe Lobster when he's going to come down earlier.
Well, we can watch another match quickly while we're waiting. Yeah, I haven't got the overlay ready for this, but let me check if this is... Yep, this is a match we can watch quickly. Here we go. I'll fix the overlay. We'll hop into this for now then. And it is AG Carla versus Bamju.
This is, I think, going to be a Southeast Asia showdown, because AG, of course, Team Agronaut is going to be present in the Southeast Asia, and on the other hand, we have Bamju, which I don't think is recruited by any team.
Yeah, and since he's streaming on Facebook, I would also place him on someone around that sort of vicinity as well. Facebook very popular across Southeast Asia for streaming.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to see somewhat of a slower matchup here, I think, because these decks come online very late. I expect on his opponent's side to have Kia control, and on his side, of course, the already known TLMC Trondalisandra Matron combo deck, which basically just get to the Watchers through a lot of Trundles that are going to summon some pillars. You just copy them, or the Matron after Matron that is going to basically give you the Watcher for free.
I reckon Lysandra deck should be favored in this, right? Because the second this keg control deck like drops a Dreadway or something, you just Vengeance and then you're fine. And then...
Yeah, not to mention, let's just look at Bamju's hand, because he can get to the Watcher and then he has two chances to copy the Watcher, even if one is being dealt with. Like, one gets the Vengeance, you play another one, and they're not going to do anything with it, right? Because they just expand the Vengeance and that's it. They do not run silence effects in Shadow Eyes or Bilgewater. They do not have that option, so the second Watcher is game ending.
Yeah, and this is the turn that's kind of crucial here from Bamju. He's going to drop down this pillar, then maybe even copy the pillar, and then drop down the Sandra as well, and just get the leveled up Watcher ready in hand, nice and ready and waiting.
And now it is waiting room. Nothing can be done, nothing can be achieved by developing here, because we already see Withering Wells, we see Boxes, we see Vengeance for bigger threats, and you do not even need to expend many resources, because you can just go for something like a Blighted Ravine at some points if your opponent manages to go wide again. This Withering Well is still not leveling trash though, so you might just want to go for that instead.
I think you just slam pillar. Yeah, this is just a pillar turn. Nearly always, you slam pillar, you fading, you play pillar, you play Lysandra, and you're good to go.
Yeah, definitely. You get your Lysandra to summon the Watcher, then you go to the Matron combo, then you can copy another Watcher, and your opponent surrenders at that point because they do not have a way to stop double Watchers, as we mentioned before. Just one way to go for hard removal,
I mean,
then
you have triple with this hand, right? You have
if
double
he's-
fade. He's got double fading in hand. He only needs to fading one pillar, and then he matrons, and he has the fading plus. Yes, his fading plus the normal one.
Even if you go for Ruination or Vengeance, like you can go for a Ruination if you expect them to develop more, but they do not need more. They just obliterate your deck once it is.
This withering means he can't actually play the. He can't get the Sandra down this turn. I don't agree with this. I would have just taken 5 damage. It's not. It's kind of inconsequential in this matchup, right?
Technically, they might be able to get her down this round because on 6 mana there shouldn't be anything that can threaten her, right?
Yeah, but the problem is you don't get the Watcher.
You're going to get it next turn. You can still copy the pillar, play it next turn, and all is good.
And it just seems risky.
Seems risky, but in this situation there will not be probably any punishment, even if his opponent is running something like Grasp of the Undying. It's not going to deal enough damage to her.
The other part we're forgetting is he's going to have board space problems because the pillar's going to be sitting there. Unless they remove Trundle.
Yeah.
Carla, don't remove Trundle. Don't. Oh man, that's actually so good for Bamja because board space was a problem.
Yeah, now they can just go for the combo and nothing can stop it really. And they do get a second matron. This is over by so many turns. Like you cannot beat this hand. We're just waiting for this Watcher to come down, and that is going to spell the end of the game. Yeah, even if you can reshuffle champions in your deck, that's not going to mean enough.
Yeah, the removal of Trundle there, while it does protect Carla's health from the Trundle hitting, doesn't stop the Lysandra combo. Board space is something you have to also be. It's one of the key things you have to be wary about if you're the opponent, right? On how you can try and survive later on. And stop that Watcher combo or delay it for another turn or two if possible. And if they can't play down Matron because their board is full, that is one of the key ways to do it.
Yeah, you are forcing them to play the Watcher from the hand, and that is not going to be great for them because they have less ways to protect it or at least get it on the board if one is going to be removed. If they remove the actual Watcher, it's done.
Curious to see if we even go for a triple Watcher. So there's a line where you go triple Watcher, or not triple, but double Watcher. So you fading, play another one, and your opponent could just have how much mana do they have? They only have 11 mana, so they can't. No, they can Vengeance plus. I was thinking it's Vengeance plus the box, threshes the box, would keep them alive.
Why are we even dragging here? That's one of the questions. It's not going to take many hits for this Lysandra Trundle deck to finish the game, because even though your opponent has the option to go for trash boxes, you need to still keep in mind that your opponent is hitting you with 11/7s every single turn when they want, so it's not looking really that great. And in this situation, Carlo needs to have another trash besides this one that he already played, because otherwise he's not going to be able to reshuffle them every single turn, and that's going to spell disaster for them. He has all the trashes.
Yeah, however, though, we can see in Bamju's hand there's just a Vengeance, right? So you can just Vengeance this Thresh, you get to go. They now only have one left. Even if they get another box. So you Vengeance, they're forced to play box just to get another draw.
a virtual draw, if we might add as well, because you already know that you are going to get another trash, and that is not going to accomplish anything for you. At least it's not dragging cards from your deck because there are no more champions, but you're still losing because you do not have anything anymore.
He has a Gangplank in hand.
Oh yeah, trash also drags from the hand.
Yeah, if you don't have anything in your deck left.
The question might be here, does Carlo also have another Gangplank in the hand in order to be able to stay alive? The only issue that they might be facing is Nexus stuff, Lissandra stuff, nothing is going to be able to be killed.
Yeah, so I don't think you're worried about the Gangplank spell because you just Vengeance Thresh, right? As long as you Vengeance Thresh, that's it, because Gangplank is dying to this attack. And then the one in the hand would become just a regular Gangplank again, even if they had a second one. Because Parlay is slow, so it's not like they can play it in response here.
Definitely, and this trash turned out to be a liability if there is another Gangplank in hand besides this one. Not that the game is not over anyways.
This game is super over. Okay, so they need to have a parlay as well, right? You can just slam down. I mean, you don't even need to slam down Watcher, but yeah, it's...
You can even wait and entomb this Gangplank if they have another one and they are going to play it.
So now we just play Matron again. There we go.
At this point, the game might end out with damage rather than with the opponent getting the deck obliterated. But he finally surrendered, and Carter, I guess, Bamjo picks up the first win of the round.
Yeah, very solid round from him. A couple of I would have played things in a slightly different order earlier on, but he just went for like a safer route with the Withering Well instead of just getting the Watcher set up straight away, which could have actually potentially caused them a couple of issues had his opponent just left the board open and full, which was definitely a possibility.
I think at that point the opponent was simply trying to not die to the pressure, because for us it's easy to talk about because we are having the caster vision, we can talk about certain decisions, but for the opponent they might just didn't want to fall to a bunch of overwhelm hitting them every single turn. Maybe they didn't have the answers.
Yeah, and the second deck seems to be the Overwhelm deck. A deck I think I spoke about on Friday, thinking that it was not going to be as popular as it actually turned out to be. It seems like a lot of players are still actually bringing it. I personally thought this deck would have fallen a little bit out of popularity in terms of tournament lists, but Casper, we're seeing quite often. Why do you think that is?
I think simply because it's one of the best decks that you can bring against something like Trundle Lissandra, or the decks that can apply a lot of removal. Because you do have beefy units, they have targeted removal that is very expensive, but their small removal is not going to remove units. Like, for example, the Avaros and Trapper, they need to expand at least 2 resources. That's why it makes it so favorable in this meta, I think.
Yeah, was there any reason to not play the landmark on the prior turn here from Bamju that you can think of, other than trying to maximize the spell mana? Because I didn't mind just playing it, just to increase your draw. Because it's a card that's pretty slow in terms of tempo, because you put yourself back a little bit. Because it is a landmark, it uses your unit mana, so you don't get to develop. And later on in the game, you want to be spending your regular mana to develop the big units that you have in your hand, sort of like the Ruin Runners, the Wild Claws and stuff like that, which take up a lot of priority, a much higher priority than the landmark.
But this Rockhopper is going to be countered by the monkeys that are going to come out of the monkey idols, so it is a little bit unfortunate. As you mentioned, you do want your Preservarium to hit on turn 2, because later you do want to play your big threats. You do not want to make yourself time to play the Preservarium, because that means tempo losses and damage that is not being dealt to your opponent. And this deck is all about curving out and smacking the opponent.
Yeah, this Chartrand going to come in handy here. It's going to deal with this Make It Rain. A card, again, which hasn't seen much play since its nerf. From 2 mana to 3 mana. I don't know how I feel about that card. Like, I still think it's okay. It's just too expensive. It's the problem with that. It's just too expensive for the amount of damage it does.
There is a good deck for
Yeah.
it, but you're going to judge me if I tell you about it.
What, Scouts kicked up you?
No, fast with burn.
Okay. I'm definitely
No.
judging you.
I even removed it from the fast move burn deck. It was simply too much mana. Would you think that a rework on the Make It Rain or just resetting it back to mana would be nice in this meta? Would it still be that powerful?
I think it will be powerful enough to bring back a lot of keg-based decks, so like TF Swain, that sort of stuff. Because of how powerful just keg plus Make It Rain is, especially at the 2 mana spot.
Are we seeing that much aggression, or are we going to see that much aggression after week 1 of this patch? I do not think so. So it might be a decent shout to get it back to 2 mana, but we're not going to get any balance patch until after the seasonal and until after the new expansion, actually. So with the changes that have been presented to us in the last balance patch, we're going to go through until the seasonal and after for a couple of weeks.
So if you're on Carla's side, how do you do a double Ruin Runner?
The diplomatic answer is you do not. You can try to go for Withering Wells or for pings and then vengeance, but it is very problematic, and you also can expect your opponent, even they do not have it, to just slam a Battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty strong turn here from Bemju. He managed to slam down Yeti plus Ruin Runner. He's going to set up this fantastic attack. He's got the Exhaust as well to guarantee the removal on the Thresh, which is one of the key cards to get rid of here, because you don't want that free GP coming at down. It's just an annoying unit that can block a lot of what this Overwhelm deck tries to do.
And if you feel like one of your units is going to feel threatened, you can even go for Free Sisters, and instead of picking the freeze, or instead of trying to push damage with Entomb on a unit that is blocking a big overwhelm, you can simply go for Fury of the North and just buff the unit, give it more damage and more HP.
Yeah, there's also something to note that GP is actually a really strong card in this matchup because it sits at that nice 5 HP mark, which is a very key health / attack total against an Overwhelm deck, where most of their units, I believe, don't have more than 5 HP outside of like the Alpha Wild Claw. They rely on things like combat spells and tricks to put themselves at a higher HP total.
Yeah, not to mention that it is going to feel very crucial if Carler manages to level the GP in time, because it's going to be easier to remove that spell shield with Gangplank's on attack effect, which basically deals 1 to everything.
Yeah, this is such a strong attack here from Bemju. It kind of has to be blocked, even though it doesn't feel fantastic. Luckily, you have a Powder Keg Monkey there to block the Yeti. I don't know why we attacked with the Yeti, but I guess it's just to force the blocks.
We're showing dominance. It's not looking really great for Carler here, because these units at 3 HP are sitting pretty comfortable, and in case anything can happen, as we mentioned, you can just buff them a bit.
Actually, where did Make It Rain hit? Okay, it whiffed.
Oh.
That's a whiff, right?
Yeah, I think you are curious why did it show only 2 targets.
Oh boy. Okay.
You asked me before what would they do with 2 Ruin Runners, but I'm going to pass the question back. What are they going to do with 3 Ruin Runners on the board?
We start off with Rock Copper, right? Just so they can't play another Thresh or a Gangplank. Or not.
It would have been on curve, to be fair. If we would have played it, we wouldn't waste anything, and we wouldn't have another card, because what do you essentially want to develop? A unit, and probably that's it. If you can develop a max of 2 units, it's a win for you, because you go on the wider on the board, you force some blocks. Maybe they would have expected their opponent to develop something, so they develop the Ruin Runner first. They see something like a Gangplank or like a Thresh being played, or the opponent just passes. It's really weird, but with 3 Ruin Runners on the board, there's not much that their opponent can do either.
Yeah, I'm just thinking 3 Rune Runners. There's a 3 Sisters in hand. Is that a coincidence?
Sharp eye, James. Sharp eye. Actually, can we play all the spells if we have three free sisters on the board? He has the Withering Well, however, and that means at least one Vengeance might be able to come down onto one of these Ruin Runners. And so far, if this attack were to happen in this specific situation without any single spell, it would be 1 HP still for Carlo.
Well, we have Shapestone, which is enough to play around like a Valfeast or another Withering, right? So you can force multiple spells out here from Carla. The only thing they can't stop is Vengeance. Yeah, so we can just... What's the health total? You can just Shapestone, right? And that's enough.
Another curious thing is, why did we block the bigger one instead of just going Vengeance on it and block the smaller one? Because essentially it's the same damage, but you would want the other units to get more damage, the units that are going to be able to get into killing range.
In the end, it doesn't really matter, because Bamju takes us quite comfortably 2-0 up against Carla with a very aggressive lineup.
Yeah, we mentioned it before. It's a lot of aggressiveness in this start of the patch in terms of the tournament scene. And maybe we can now go back to the game of Rano and Lobster, because I do not expect Lobster to finish games that fast. He is known for thinking his plays through, and that is a good habit to have in the tournaments.
Yeah, and he's got a leveled up Garen on the board up against the Zeolution, because Garen against the Zeolution is... something the Zeolution deck can't actually deal with. It's the same with like Shen Fiora. Like, you attack, you now spawned a bunch of 1/1s that Fiora just gets free trades into. And
yeah, not even this Cataclysm is going to find value, because Garen just has regen. You are killing one, good job. You are investing at least one of your units.
Yeah, the obvious thing to worry about here is the life total. Lobster is actually quite low. It's sitting at 5 HP, so these attacks will actually kind of need to be blocked a little bit, just to chip down Garen's health if possible. And maybe you can go for that Shapestone option to try and remove it.
What we are also seeing here is that Lobster has 5 mana plus in his hand, so he just might have something like this Concerted Strike, which is going to be able to nullify the Challenger attack, and that would have a worded run with another Scout attack, because if you don't know, if you're going on your defense turn with a Cataclysm, with a Scout attack, it's going to trigger the ability and the word with another attack.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, let me grab... I had Lobster's decks open. He is running 2 Concerted Strikes and 3 Star Shapings. So I'm not sure how many of those we've seen yet. We've seen 1 Concerted. But the question is, how many Star Shapings have we seen yet? Another key thing to remember is, now that there's a Garen on the board, there's the potential possibility for Judgment to be a card. Yeah.
There is no Judgment in the deck, but if you have one, if you are playing Garens, I think you do not play Judgment anymore, because you are going to find one incidentally. The only issue is that you are playing 2 Garens, so it's going to be quite harder to find the Judgment. Not impossible, but quite harder to find the second Garen into
so
Judgment.
we need single combat or Star Shaping here, or something along those lines from Lobster, because he doesn't have the second Garen in hand to deal with this attack. Is Shapestone enough, actually?
Shapestone might actually be enough. So Lobster is going to 10. This attack is going to be 6, and Shapestone is going
1.
to be enough in order to finish the game.
No, is it? He goes... No, Shapestone's plus 3. He goes down to 1, I think, right? He had 4 HP left. He had 4 HP left after this attack.
All right.
See?
Wasn't Shapestone +4/+1 or
No,
am I illusion?
+4/+1 would be absolutely nuts. No, it's just +3.
I think it's just my hate for that deck whenever they are pulling that one off. But it's still not looking really great. The only issue on Rana's side is going to have no board, and Lobster can attack again. And he can challenge units. The challenger on Honored Lord is going to mean that he can pick up a unit, carry it comfortably, and still preserve the unit. They might even go for the Shapestone on the Honored Lord, or with the Shapestone on the Scout, so they can remove the Garen.
Yes, that's definitely a huge consideration to try and remove Garen here. I think you're not going to get a better opportunity to remove Garen than this.
But if you are Lobster, are you offering this option considering that you do not have another Garen or another threat available to yourself?
Well,
there
might be one. We just star-shaped. We just hit star-shaping, so it could just be a Great Beyond, right?
Yeah, Great Beyond is quite a comfortable win from Lobster's side. We do not know if Ranu is running any sharp side, but I do think in this deck you need to run the sharp side, not to block elusives per se, but because it is additional damage that can enable better trades, or can just push for the last bit of damage, or just allow survivability on your units.
Rage Resolve, not the card Ranu really wants to be seeing here at this point. Actually, to be fair, what card are you really looking for? What, an Azir maybe to get an extra... go extra wide with some extra buffs maybe on your units. Lucian wouldn't be fantastic, but maybe the Marshal, right? That's about it.
I think it's either the Marshal or you're looking for Azir into something like the Jarvan coming down, and it's going to remove all the board and is going to be leaving ground naked on the board. His opponent is going to have the advantage, and with this Ranger Resolve, nothing can be happening on their side.
Yeah, and the worst part is because of the Ranger Resolve, it being... Lucian might be a little bit too late, because if you're Lobster, you should just remove this, and that should be it.
Yeah, you already know that your opponent doesn't have a unit to develop, and they would have developed it, I think, last time if they had the potential. Now, if you manage to drag this one last card out, and if that card is not crucial for them, jackpot.
Yeah, this Lucian attack doesn't really achieve anything. You only summon 1/1, which then gets fed into an Eclipse Dragon.
I think we can just expect a single combat here to come down onto this Lucian and try to remove it, and then we swing with 2 units that are going to be able to finish the game. We have seen, however, Lobster playing that Concerted Strike last turns, so it means he might simply not have the single combat, and there's no single combat coming down.
Yeah, the question is now how wide Lobster can actually go with his hand. We've still got one invoked card in hand as a possibility here to be played from Lobster. Not sure what it is. It could be an obliterate unit. It could just slam down Aurelion Soul. Hey, this is fine.
You also need to block these attackers, and you need to keep in mind how you block, because your opponent might just level the Aurelion Sol. Currently, the Aurelion Sol is on 14, so you might not need to block the 7/7 and the 10/10. That's not enough.
No, it unfortunately is not. I'm curious to know what the score is here. I'll grab it in a sec between these two guys. If maybe it's the final match or not, because there is very aggressive lineups being played by Ranu, don't forget that. So that could have been potentially the final match.
Yeah, because even if you're playing aggressive lineup into a lineup that is more focused on countering you, you know at some point if you're losing. You simply know. You are like, I cannot put enough pressure anymore. They have the resources, I can bail out.
Yeah, it's that look where you go, okay, well, I have a Ranger's Resolve as my only card in the hand and no board. Yeah,
and you cannot randomly throw that Rangers onto their face and hope it does some damage. It's not working like that.
Yeah, I think that might have been the last match, because Ranu hasn't even clicked through his menu yet. So let's see if I can grab another match for you guys.
There's only 2 matches that are actually 3 matches that are being played. I think we can grab Colby because he said he is fine with us grabbing his in-game point of view.
I've got another match, don't worry. We have Bright versus Jotsu Dempe.
Alright, that is going to be great, but I think this game is over. Both players have a level Zoe, but the difference is one player has the Aurelion Sol on the board. So it's going to be invokes for 0 mana at that point. And yeah, nothing. If you manage to hit something like an elusive here, you don't even need to hit a Great Beyond. You just need to hit an elusive like a Trickster, and the opponent simply recognizes nothing can be done.
Okay, so we just tuned in again right at the end. This is getting to that point of the round, obviously, where a lot of these matches are starting to conclude. As usual, might gonna have to hop to another short break, guys, where we, if we're lucky, we can maybe get one more match. Let's have a see. I don't think we can. Maybe we can.
Who are you trying to spectate for us?
Jotsu Dempe. I think they have one more match. I'm not 100% confident on it though. Okay, they do have one more match. Perfect.
After a first round in which was a drought of games, we can at least provide you guys with more games in the second round, and let's hope we can keep up this trend. And it is going to be, I think, Lee Zoe or Karma Zoe. It's actually Karma Zoe. We get the answer from the deck itself. Against TK Raka, I would assume. It's nice when you do not have the deck list yet the deck itself kind of gives you the hints on what is about to happen. Which deck should be favored in this one, James? Will just the Karma Zoe deck be able to finish the game later with the invokes?
It'll have to be for invokes, but the problem is, how does Karma really deal with just Star Spring and self damage, right? It doesn't. It has to invoke some type of obliterate for the Star Spring. It's kind of the out for it. Although it's a Targon mirror, so I suspect this match is going to go on for at least another half an hour now, because this is not a quick matchup for either side.
I expect it to be quite quicker simply because on Bright side he doesn't have many units that he can try to kill or challenge from Jotsu Dempe, and Jotsu is going to play for the late game anyways, so not many units are going to be interacted with.
Right. So we're just going for the trade just to get some damage. Wait, we're hushing Zoe literally just to self-damage our own units there. Do we have a Soraka? No, don't even have a Soraka. I'm a bit confused by that, because that's a hush you could have saved for later on to actually remove the Zoe.
I think this is just a way to prepare a Star Spring, but we do not currently have any Star Spring if we are Bright, or maybe we are not playing the Star Spring simply because Tahm Kench is such a bigger threat against their decks. It can eat the Zoe alive. You can then go for the Star Spring, heal the units back. Nothing really happens after.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that was a little bit of a waste of a hush, because you could save that for a big elusive later on. You could have saved that for ways of trying to remove the Zoe. That could have been fire block the next attack or turn later. The only reason you'd hush there if you're really threatened by the super cool star chart, which I guess you can get a silence out of it, but we've already seen one, right?
Also, on Jotsu Dempe's side, I would like to highlight that usually the deny doesn't hit anything in this matchup because the opponent is going to have just burst spells. It's only Tahm Kench's acquired taste that you can deny at some points, but also that I think the deny would have been a better target for the discard and get another invoke.
Yeah, so this is the thing. Now we see the attack come out again, and they get a super cool star chart, and now you don't have a hush, where we could have had a hush there we could have had a hush right there just to remove Zoe. but we just threw it away a turn ago to get 1 damage onto our Wanderer up here. And I don't know what that really achieved.
As you said, maybe they are preparing their board for a Star Spring, but the Star Spring seems to be really shy, and not only Star Spring, the Soraka engine is not available, so you cannot start healing your units and drawing towards that Star Spring that you want. You can have things like the Guiding Touches, like the Bell Cascades in order to try and draw into it, but it doesn't feel great, because usually you want to go for the Holy Trinity of the deck. Star Spring on 2, Soraka on 3, Tahm Kench on 4.
Yeah, I'm also just thinking why we don't just take the Equinox and put it on the Star Shepherd, and just now you don't even have to worry about Star Shepherd. It's just a dead card on the board for your opponent. Doesn't get any attack. It just sits there as a 0-2/0-3 if it gets healed. Right?
Yeah, that Equinox being thrown away in the first place, to be fair, was really questionable if I have to think about it. Because you do want to get rid of that Star Shepherd as an alternate win condition. It is not really threatening against your deck because you can heal, but if you have the option to remove it, because I think literally it's the only card that you can go for Equinox in that situation, and that can spell disaster for you. Outside of that, your invokes might not hit great targets.
Yeah, because your life total is not really going to be a problem. Crescent Strike is not. I don't think it ever really going to be needed in this matchup. The Soraka Tahm Kench doesn't really develop massive boards outside of the Star Shepherd, maybe hitting for a huge amount. And if you've just Equinoxed it, that's just never going to happen anyway.
And the Soraka Tahm Kench, we need to mention that is more of a backline deck. They just want to self-damage the unit, keep them on the board, and just heal them off the Star Spring. So the stun might not accomplish that much, and while you are playing an Ionia and Targon deck, you're going to have plenty of ways to stall and to heal until the later turns.
That is true. I'm just thinking now, is there a potential answer for... Oh, we're going for the Tahm Kench spell. I like this. Get a beefier Tahm Kench set on the board. There's no real answer to this in the hand of Jutsu.
And they also tap out of the deny mana. They might run Nopifies, but there is no Nopify currently on the board. And Bright here is on the side of you need to have it, otherwise my Tahm Kench is going to level, and I'm going to try and threaten your karma every single time from now onwards. And I think this is a crucial turn because you now have a big Tahm Kench, and usually Tahm Kench is a vengeance with a body that can get rid of a lot of units that can threaten this deck. And while you do run denies, you do run Nopifies or Bastions, they are limited, while Tahm Kench can generate acquired tastes forever.
Yeah, and obviously there's only so many Nopifies and denies in the list. I was having a look, and there's 2 Nopifies and 2 denies, by the way. So eventually Jutsu's going to run out of ways of keeping this karma alive from an acquired taste.
This attack here just trims down one of the blockers because you might have to your availability. Oh, there is now going to be 3 denies because Karma is a good girl and is helping us out with this acquired taste. Never mind, it's still 2 denies.
Well, we get a deny of karma. I guess nothing happened. They cancelled each other out. You burned one, but, and this is a big but actually, is that Bright now is counting there to be 1 less deny in the deck, but we know that karma generated another one, so Bright could just assume now there's only 1 deny, right? Plus a random definitely. Karma spell, and the odds of it being another deny is actually kind of low. So you might not play around the deny now.
Or if you're on Jutsu's side, you can go for a deny that is being known as he is doing right now, and keep the second deny as a surprise.
Yeah, then this could end up working in Jutsu's favor, where they have this hidden deny that's been generated. Of course, there's a possibility that Bright predicts that randomly generated card is denied, but what are the odds, right? It could be so many jank spells from Karma. Random spells are on average quite bad, I think. There's some of them that just have like no use at all.
Do you want us to talk about when Karma Zoe was playing against Lee Zoe and they got double Dragon's Rage and they had the big Celestials to finish the game?
Yeah, like look, this is exactly what I mean. It's just you get the Z spell, you just sit. You're never gonna want to really play that, right? Maybe you play it to replace your Karma. I guess I don't know.
Well, you do not need to go for that because you need to have an ephemeral target first and foremost. But you can also use Homecomings as a counter to this Tom Kench acquired taste because Karma doesn't need to be on the board all the time. She just needs to provide the value coming turn and after with double star shapings that are going to give us even more fuel to find an end gaming, a game ending finish or something like a Great Beyond because it's the best one out there.
Yeah, and the reason why Great Beyond's actually super fantastic at this point in the game is that we've seen two hushes, right? One was thrown away at the beginning of the game, and another one was used to trade into one of the other Zoes, right? So we're actually on the side of Bright starting to run out of ways of dealing with big elusives.
And what's even more important about the Great Beyond is going to, besides being a big body with a lot of attack and a lot of HP, it's also going to give units spell shield and elusive if the Zoe is going to be leveled at any point.
So do we just play Pale here?
You might just want to be a little bit safer and not playing your opponent into your opponent's spell and go for the Homecoming.
Yes, I was thinking Homecoming again. That as well. You do it. You don't even need to do it. You can remove Tom and get rid of all those buffs on him potentially, or you can just protect your Karma. Yeah, this is a little bit unfortunate. I would like just to see the 1 mana 4/1 overwhelm come down here, because it's just another Celestial, and you want the Great Beyonds to be as big as possible.
We do have the Solari Priestess in the hand, and that might mean we could be able to get rid of this top cage, or at least force an answer from our opponent, trim their hand. If we are getting them down to 4 cards and an acquired taste, we can get more information about what they might be able to be playing. But the main issue for Bright is that there has been no star shaping for so many turns, and that is so crucial. It is not a Soraka Tam Kench deck for no reason. Speaking of which, from the top of the deck, it is coming.
Yeah, there's that Starter Ring, which is crucial. No Soraka either, which is a key draw engine. One thing to note, there is only a single Bastion being run here from Bright, so cards like Comet from Jutsu and stuff are more than likely to just flat out remove the card. How much they play around that will really matter. As we can see now, Jutsu really wants to try and get this Karma down here, if possible, hoping that Bright plays this acquired taste here.
Yeah, but Bright should have no reason to play the acquired taste outside of just playing it on Zoe, and that is not going to accomplish much. You just get your Karma on the board, and with one more turn coming, she's going to level up.
So, do we just keep passing here? This is the question.
Passing doesn't harm us. I think passing harms more Bright because we have double star shaping already. We do not need Karma to hit double star shaping for more threats. And if you really want double threats, we can simply go for it next turn when we can protect and we can play Karma safely and at least get the value from double star shapings before Karma is going to get eaten by a Tam Kench.
Yeah, I do like this passing from Bright. Just having the threat of acquired taste is enough just to stop Jutsu being able to develop Karma, which is kind of like his only real win con here. You're not too worried about Zoe because you have the box supposed available, and you have a nice massive attack here that actually does need to be dealt with.
Is this the moment where you just bounce back the Tom Kench into the hand because it's too much? Also, that 12-3, it has been sitting, the 0-3 has been sitting there until the start of the turns, and the decision of not trying to remove it is now coming to bite us because we are forced to block it. And it's not feeling great to lose a unit, something that would have been possibly a 0-3 if we would have chosen Equinox.
Yeah, I'm just having a look again back through this deck list. There are still a number of ways to keep this Star Spring alive that could have happened. The Star Shepherd, sorry, alive. There's Sumbless Vigors, there's Pels, there's Astral Protections, and Bastion. Even a Bastion would have done it.
No, I think Bright just needs to pass, honestly, because this Star Spring is going to award him with even 3 more points of healing, and slowly but surely is grinding the Star Spring win condition.
Yeah, and the constant passing is huge because it basically says to Jotsu, look, I have an acquired taste. You can't afford to play anything valuable while it sits in my hand at any point. And it puts the Jotsu in a really, really awkward position where they need to have a valuable unit that's worth playing acquired taste on, plus an answer to it. So like a Nopify or something.
Seems like we're going to give our 5-5 away to a Tom Kench. Is there any way that we can protect it? No, even one Pell Cascade is not going to be enough for it. Or we're baiting this so we can go for the Hash and try to kill the Tom Kench that way.
Okay, so this is fine because obviously Jotsu tapped under the crucial 6 mana, which is where Karma is going to try and get played in. You can afford to play Acquired Taste now and just get a nice free removal.
What did Jotsu try to accomplish with damaging this Tom Kench, actually?
I think it was very much I don't know what to do here. Anything I play is going to get eaten by Acquired Taste. I'm slowly giving up on this match, right?
I was really positive he just wanted to try to go for the Hash play in order to get rid of the Tom Kench. But that is not being presented to him anymore. Even with the Hash, the opponent had this 10 mana that they could have dealt with any single trouble that Jotsu might try to do. Like, there is no point of return for him. I think it's either he's going to die to the sheer pressure of this board, which is really menacing, or they're just going to die to the Star Spring win con, and it doesn't feel great either way.
I think we honestly should just star shape that to try to find a win con. To find like a great beyond. Because if you didn't do it last... Okay, so we're going for the double star shaping hope here. We have Nopify to deal with Acquired Taste. And that buys you one more turn, I guess, is the game plan here.
Buys you one more turn, but you do need to hit the Great Beyonds. You do have double star shaping that is going to double as well, so even more chances to hit that Great Beyond. The only issue we have here is hand space, which can be fixed with the likes of the Moonsilver that we're seeing here, and with the likes of the Nopify that we're also seeing here.
Yeah, this Karma should theoretically be able to mill this out. However, though, obviously this Shrek has actually been in an okay spot, right? There's been no removal for the Star Spring. There's been no removal of this Tom Kench at any point. And now you can't even play Star Shaping this turn. So you have to play it on the next turn. That means just another turn of delay from your own. Oh, we're going Harsh instead. Okay, I like this.
Because the Hash is simply demanding an under answer, and if we're not going to see it, this Tom Kench is going to die a horrible death. They should have an answer, right? This Bastion is going to come in and still keep the Tom Kench at the crucial 8 HP, which means more than the Karma can deal currently. So the Nopify needs to be queued in order to deal with these spells. And I think this turn is a win if we're looking at it for Jotsu, because he milled so many resources from his opponent that now he's going to be able to play more freely.
Yeah, I completely agree. He's gotten to that point now where Bright is actually 100% on the Star Spring game plan now to have a chance to win.
Do you even go for the Moon Silver on the Zoe so we can play her now and just get more space in our hands so we can simply play the Star Shaping? It seems like Jotsu is going for that game plan.
Well, we're gonna double Star Spring next turn. Star Shaping next turn. Is that the line?
That seems to be the line, and now he can even play the Zoe because he's not going to get dragged to the next turns. The problems are that the other units, the Karma and the 4-1, are going to get dragged. And if Bright has enough damage that he can put on the Tom Kench, it might be interesting on how Jots is going to deal with it.
Okay, so Star Spring's only at 9. Every turn is when because you can kill 10 Star Springs and then recall 2. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can use Homecoming, so you're fine in that sense. So this should be game for Jotsu now, especially because of all the resources that have been gone.
Yeah, double. I think even with double Star Shaping, you do not care about what's going to be your top deck because double Star Shaping can find your win con fairly easily. Seems that he is going for the more safer approach. He doesn't want to risk it. He has all the time in the world. He can try and go and build a bigger board, try to get a few hits in, and prepare the opponent for a hit from the Great Beyond. I don't think there's quite enough invokes for the Great Beyond to be big enough.
Yeah, the Star Spring as well is not leveling up too quickly. Do we just start shaping now? We don't have an answer. Okay, we're just going for the Homecoming instead to keep our karma alive. It is our second karma. I do like trying to keep it alive here.
Definitely. We're dragging the game a little bit too much, I think, for our liking. Well, Karma is king in the late game. If they manage to just level up, the Star Spring is going to be problematic. The issue for leveling the Star Spring is they only have two cards besides that.
Yeah, they don't have a way of leveling up very quickly, so I don't think you're too worried. We obviously have Star Shapings as well, so we can invoke into some removal. But the problem is, again, you can't really play Karma down because there's just an acquired taste.
Well, ask and you shall receive. We can play the Karma and then just reset a Tom Kench or just reset the Star Spring again. Because Tom Kench is quite big and might be able to hit anything at this point.
Do we care though? We can just start shaping for some removal. That was my line of thinking.
Yeah, but for that we do need to play the Karma and find in an okay enough spot in order to play at least one Star Shaping in order to get the double value.
Yeah, I don't think we play both though. I think and then we get there's the Great Beyond.
And that's the 2-turn lethal, I think. Actually 4 if we count. Is it 4? Yeah, it is going to be 4-turn lethal because of the Great Beyond needing to hit twice and because the next turn is going to be for our opponent. But as you mentioned in the beginning of the game, seeing so early double hash makes this Great Beyond lethal more susceptible to succeed.
The problem is, when does Jotsu actually slam down Great Beyond? Because what happened is you can just acquire taste it to remove the spell shield, and then on the next turn acquire taste it again, right?
Can you buff it beyond any threat? You can. I do not think you can do so. You can try to go for Overwhelm from an Infernum or double Overwhelm because of a Karma, and that might be a line.
Yeah, the problem is obviously, look, you can see Jotsu wants to play Great Beyond, but obviously if you play Great Beyond now, the spell shield gets removed for free. You just acquire taste it, right? You get rid of the spell shield, just so you can set it up for a future turn.
Yeah, you go for the Quertes because your Tom Kitchen is not going to get any removal, any damage anyways. The spell sheet is going to cancel the Quertest, and then if you have the last hash or whenever you can grow your Tom Kench bigger than this Great Beyond, you can try and hit it.
Yeah, if you get any spell in hand, you could do it, right? Star Spring will get it up to 13. Yeah, this is definitely a painful game. It's painful for us, and we're just sitting here watching it.
Another star shaping might find another Great Beyond. If this Great Beyond would be something like a 20 damage, that would just spell the end of the game. We have already seen, as we mentioned, the doubles Hush in the earlier stages of the game. I think we're reliant on getting another Great Beyond and winning that way. We're really not caring anymore about this Great Beyond being eaten.
I mean, was there a line where we just start shaping again, try to see if we get something like an Immortal Fire that we can play down? But the problem is that
Wait a second.
That just gets eaten. That wouldn't have been enough. No.
The star shaping you said is at 14. So it's not going... Actually, it's just 12. Never mind. I was considering maybe we could have some Star Spring Lethal with something like Astral Protection.
Now we could, right? If we attack with everything, force blocks onto Tom, heal up Tom to full, potentially. I don't know. Maybe we should have started off with Acquired Tasting the Great Beyond.
That would give the opponent the go to go for something else because they would see the Acquired Taste fired off, but at the same time they would make them considering, what if my opponent is going to be able to kill me with a Star Spring Lethal because they have so much damage on the Tom Cage. It's always going to be a source for the Star Spring to heal consistently, and that way we might just win. We might just lose.
Yeah, the top deck Hush is actually huge. Because that means if you did go for an Acquired Taste, Tom Kents just get hushed every time. Supernova, fantastic. That's what we needed to draw, I think, from Jetsu's side. Yeah, but
yeah. He also has the Great Beyond on the board, so the Behold is enabled at any point. He decides to go, though, for more damage into the Destroyer. I love this plan of just getting our Tom Kench big enough in order to be able to kill the Great Beyond.
Yeah, again, you can try as much as you want, but a single copy of Hush will do it. Homecoming as well will also do it. There's so many options here that just make it so that it's super rough. Maybe I would have liked to have seen I don't know. There's nothing really. If you don't have your own star shaping here on the side of Bright, you kind of have to go for this and hope.
Or maybe if you have something like your only Bastion in the deck, but there is no such play. So Jotsu takes this one, and I would guess this is the end of the round for them.
I would guess that too, since Bright is chilling in our chat. And I think that might be the last match here of round 2. Hopefully we get round 3 shortly. So we're going to hop to a short... Oh, round 3 is up. We're going to hop to a short little break. Literally a couple minutes. When we're back, we're going to have round 3 ready for you guys. And we are back, and we're going directly into a match. Oh, I haven't got it set up. Bear with me. I thought I had it set up. Give me a few seconds. I can get that set up. I've been rushing around trying to sort out stuff.
Yeah, but the game we're going to watch is going to be Colby versus Delubio. And we are facing... It's going to be a showdown between an aggressive deck versus an aggressive deck lineup. I'm curious towards if Delubio has gone... Wait, he has double... I think he might have an illegal lineup. Or it might have been the deck submitted wrong. But it doesn't matter. We do know that he has the scouts. This time it is going to be Azir Queen. How do you feel about the addition of Queen in that deck instead of the Lucian?
I don't... Azir Queen. I don't know. I feel like you're super reliant on the Lucian giving you multiple attacks, right? I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest. It's just slower. Like, I feel like this deck needs to try... I mean, Quinn gets you the extra attacks, I guess, with scouts. But overall, still doesn't achieve the right expected result. Let me just give you guys a bit more... There we go. Give you guys some in-game audio for once. Because we never get a chance to have in-game audio.
Are you actually playing with in-game audio or just playing without anything and putting your own music in?
No, it's actually in-game. I'm spectating Corby.
No, I'm asking you, how are you playing in general?
I have it really low. I'm playing, but it's very, very quiet. So the stream won't hear it. I usually have headphones on and I can just about hear it. Colby already taking this quite quickly.
Yeah, I think this is what we were expecting after seeing every single lineup today. Everyone is playing some pile of aggro, so the games are not going to take quite long. I think the game that took the longest is already off because we have witnessed Targon versus Targon last round.
Yeah, it's historically Targon has been the bane of tournament organizers, very akin to the old Control Warrior days of Hearthstone, where the matches where I used to cast Hearthstone stuff in the past would go on for a potentially over an hour, as you just sat there waiting as people kept hitting armor ups.
Seems like Colby is also being given advice towards what to
Wait,
try.
we're watching the end of the last match again.
Oh.
Okay. I hate when Spectator does that. It just gives you the end of the last match you just watched for some bizarre reason.
Spectator has a lot of fixing that needs to go its way, but we hope that at least the Spectator to be finished and working properly. Not the tournament mode, but the Spectator to work properly.
Yeah, I hope so too. Have you had a chance to look at their lineups from his opponent's side as well?
Yeah, as I mentioned, on Colby's side, we're going to see the double aggro and the stabilizer, as I would call the lineups that are emerging in the start of the meta, because as the stabilizer, we have Zoe Karma, which should be decent against most of the field. And then we have Lulu Shen and we have Diana Nocturne. We have seen already the Diana Nocturne picking the win, but it always feels really underwhelming when you're playing Nightfall aggro because you are so reliant on your draws. And a card that has been emerging in the archetype is the Flight, because it's a cheap enabler for your Nightfall. It cycles itself back and it's going to give you more enablers for Nightfall in the turns to come. So that might make it even easier for Nightfall to proc.
Yeah, maybe it does. And I'm just still trying to figure out. But on his opponent's side, though, we saw that as the Quinn. He's also brought Ez Swain and a Renekton Sejuani. Ez Swain, a deck I haven't seen since that 1 week. There was a patch with it, and it was just like 1 week people were playing it, and then it kind of just vanished off everyone's radar. What do you think about bringing it to this tournament?
I think it's a good way to test the water since we just had a patch, so you try and see if the Ezreal Draven is not cutting, not doing the bits anymore. Maybe having the threat of Ezreal and the and Swain and Leviathan, because if you do not guys know the interaction, you might get some shrooms or you might get double damage because most of the spells do damage. So you go for something like example Death Send. That deals 1 damage to the Nexus. Swain leveled, it's going to stun it. If you have an Ezreal on the board, it's going to deal some damage to the Nexus, it's going to stun another one. So that's basically the combo you're trying to go for.
Yeah, I can't seem to actually spectate Colby right now. So, for whatever reason, as usual, I'm having the typical spectate issues where I can't see what's happening.
Alright, let's try and pick up another one.
Yeah, Gable should have a match for us, I believe, in just a few minutes. He's on a bit of a delay as a reminder, so he's going to have Nawatix, I believe, for us, and we can watch whoever Nawatix is playing up against.
And Nawatix, he has been vanishing from the main tournaments, I think. I think we've seen him mostly in the Nice Cactus ones, picking up a few wins here and there, but he was a player with a lot of potential. Everyone, even when I did the interviews for you Masters, I think when I asked every single country, do you have a player in particular that you're scared about? They were like, I'm really glad that Nawatix didn't qualify for Germany.
Yeah, it's just what happens, right? Sometimes some players are just that strong. They command people to be worried about them, right? It's just like, yes, okay, I don't want to play against them. And okay, here it is. As we mentioned, now it takes up against Dark Soul. Again, another new name. Haven't seen him around. It's going to be interesting to see what they brought. I believe this looks like a Liz Trundle deck. We see the Monka Airs coming out straight away. Then maybe being a little bit worried up against the Fiora Shen playing Liz Trundle.
We have seen this matchup with Ice-T, and Ice-T had a hot take that I do not think is a hot take anymore, because it really feels like the Elise Trundle list could prey upon this Demacia Ionia list, because they do have enough removal to deal with every single unit you are putting on the board. Even if you have enough barriers, they are going to be constantly able to pressure you to use them. You are going to eventually run out of them. And Ice Shard is a nice card that you can have and just proc barriers easily.
Sorry. Oh, something stuck in my throat. It's still a pretty good start here from Nautix, though, right? He's got Laurent Protege here. Can drop that on 3. It's pretty reliant and resilient up against the avalanches. The Bright Steel Protector obviously can do a similar thing because you do have Sharp Sight in hand. The question is, now, do we just attack? Yes, we have to, right? And if we see a block, we just Sharp Sight.
And then that's what I would call is tactical emoting, just forcing your opponent into misplaying or at least trying to go for the block. And you would think, all right, my Elise is tough, it's going to be fine into this room. Maybe Nawa is going to try to bait me, but what if he has the Sharp Sight? Do you want to take the risk? It's like 3 more damage. Do you care about it? I think you do not.
No, because if you on turn 4, obviously you now have access to Blighted Ravine on the side of the Trundle. You can just slam that down. That will most likely stop most development here from Nautix if Dark Soul does have it available, which will give you that nice needed extra break here. I don't know if I agree with this attack with Lissandra. Nautix and they're okay. That's nice to know. Nautix and Dark Soul are part of the same scrim group.
Yeah, maybe that is why they are so friendly with each other. But if you did decided last game to not block the 3-2, what would have been the case for you to go and block and attack Lissandra now so she dies to a Sharp Sight anyways? It was counterintuitive. Dark Soul maybe has spotted that and has gone for the avalanche instead, but it's not going to be enough to stop the development from Nautix. He still manages to keep the most threatening unit alive, which is the Green Glade Caretaker that can grow for a lot of damage due to the Shen already being presented on the board.
Yeah, now we also have Notify and Deny in hand, so this attack coming out is actually going to be a bit of a problem here for Dark Soul to deal with. They're going to need multiple spells. Oh, okay, we played Feet Feather, so now we lost access to playing both. But we still have enough for a Spirit's Refuge here if we need to protect our Shen. Do we just go wide? Maybe play Laurent Protege? Yeah.
Yeah, you do go wide. I think you grab the Trundle with the 2-1 and the Lissandra with the 2-4, probably barrier the 2-1, and just be fine with the rest of the damage that we're going to go for. Your opponent has essentially 3 mana, so they could represent things like Ice Shard, things like Vile Fist, and in that case, you just have your Notify in order to deal with it.
Yeah, it's pretty strong attack overall damage-wise as well. Again, I was talking about the Blighted Ravine being a fantastic card. With this line of play from Dark Soul, I would maybe have a good read that it doesn't exist currently in their hand.
With the board that Nautix currently represented, with the opportunity to remove a 3-2 and another 3-2 that can grow in the form of the Green Glade Caretaker, I think the Blighted Ravine there would have been a no-brainer if you had it from Dark Soul's side.
Yeah, I completely. It's there it is.
A little bit late to the party, but it's still going to be able to remove 3 units here. And Nautix, with his current hand, cannot do anything. It's just going to be the Shen being presented onto the board. Do you see a Vile Fist or something like that along the lines in order to try and remove the Shen as well? We might as very well see.
I'm not against it. I might as well try, right? What else are you realistically worried about? The worst case happens. Obviously, they have like a Notify. But again, you're actually kind of okay with the Notify because that saves your ice shards later on, right? That's one less ice shard that gets notified in the later stages. Or one less... What else? That's about it, really, right?
Once Lissandra is going to level, Notify is not going to hit value anymore, because simply, if one gets Notified, you still have a lot more where that came from.
Okay, we're going for the ramp. This should put us up on the turn 8 on the next attack, which hopefully allows us to play Pillar and potentially a second Pillar and set up the Watcher combo. If Dark Soul can pull it off on this turn somehow, this is going to be fantastic.
We do see the pillar in his hand, so he can play at least one pillar. If he has something along the lines of a Fading Memories on their side, they can simply level Lissandra, then play her when they can. And if they have Matron, it's basically the end of the game, because while the Shen Fiora, they can deal with huge boards and with large units, even for them, an 11-17 is too much to handle.
Yeah, even Concussive Palm is just not enough. There is that Notify. The Valvi's coming down, though, however, it leads me to believe there isn't a way of duplicating the pillar just yet, because we could have just duplicated it potentially and played it another one.
This pillar picking up damage might have meant for Dark Soul that it would just get removed with a single combo, so maybe that's why they tried to go for the Veil Fist, so they get rid of the main threat and still keep the pillar healthy for the test to come and can manage to summon another one.
Yeah, we do need Lissandra back again, though. We have lost our single copy that we did have on the board, which is going to be key here for later on. We have Matron, we know that's available in hand, but no Lissandra yet to actually generate a Watcher.
No Lissandra just yet. It's going to come. It's definitely going to come, and even faster than expected, because we do see the entry. Let's see if he hit the Lissandra or the champion or the Trundle. I think if you have the Lissandra, just slam it here. You just want the pillar. You just want the Watcher.
Yeah, and the only sad part here is obviously that they don't have a little bit more mana here. Or they didn't get this Lissandra just a turn earlier, because they could have tried to set it up. Well, one thing to note is that board space is actually a problem. So I don't mind this attack here at all. You do need the Babbling Bjerg to just get removed, no matter what, just to give yourself a little bit more space.
Not to mention that if you do see here a spell being used from your opponent's side, it means less answers for them. And seeing here the draw mechanic in the form of the Glimpse Beyond means no healing for Nauatix. He might be representing with 4 mana the Golden Aegis, but it hasn't been played for so many turns, so Dark Soul can develop safely. He is clogging his board though, so that might not be really great for him.
I don't mind the Sentry because you get Ice Shards anyway, right? You just play an Ice Shard. They have to deny that to keep your own board full. So I'm not too bothered there with that one, with that development, because you need to play Ice Shards anyway to remove the barriers. Puts you up into a good spot to actually remove your own Sentry as well.
And right now you can try and technically remove the whole board. Maybe you would have wanted to play. Maybe you would have wanted to drag with the dragon the 0-3. Actually, no, because you cannot drag anything anymore after you cannot drag the full board. Shen levels is going to mean more damage with barriers, but there is unfortunately none for Nauatix. He doesn't have anything to interact with this hand, just a deny.
Whale plus Shard. The Withering Whale most likely going to get denied here. Yeah. Still not a fantastic turn, though, for Nauatix, right? He doesn't push enough damage for lethal, and he doesn't have an answer to just the Watcher Matrix combo, which is actually just going to come down on the next turn. So Dark Soul's doing just enough, right, just to survive. Doesn't really matter if Lissandra gets removed. Doesn't really matter if the whole board... Ooh, if we didn't deny, we could have had an Aegis.
But
But
that
we
is
would
going to spell
no, we
the
wouldn't
disaster.
have. We would have lost River Shaper anyway. So we had the deny wouldn't have mattered.
Would it have mattered? We could have played probably
No, because
the.
the River Shaper would have died to the double spell, and you wouldn't have drawn an Aegis.
Yeah, that would have been a consideration as well. It was too clutch, unfortunately. But we do see King Jarvan, not third King Jarvan the Boat. That is his real name. Not sure if that card is going to do the beats in this deck quite yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that card. So game one goes over to Dark Soul. Shenfura, it's been again one of those decks that some people still say it's good. In this case, it's not even Shen. I'm calling it Shenfura. It's Java and Shen this time. People are still saying it's pretty good in tournaments and stuff, but every match I've seen, it kind of hasn't really performed well. But it's still got like that annoying 50-50 spread matchup against most decks.
I think the only reason that it's not performing is because people need to really figure out the proportions in the deck because they lost a crucial threat in the Fiora. Now you cannot rely on that win con because you had double win con. You either kill your opponent with Fiora win con, you kill 4 units before, or you just win with sheer board pressure and then Fiora is not becoming irrelevant anymore. It's just a challenger that can drag things around, allow you for the most damage you can do. But now you've been taken that away from you, and you need to find a second win con.
Yeah, and the problem with Jarvan is it's actually a lot slower, right? And it takes up that crucial 6-drop slot where a lot of the time you're playing Cytheria in the past. I'm not sure if they're still even running Cytheria plus Jarvan, because that's actually quite a heavy late game curve in terms of big expensive units for a Shenfura list.
But now we're going to see the Demacia going up into Noxus PNZ, and if Noxus PNZ is a control list, this is the natural enemy, I think, because everything that you put on the board is going to get removed from the Shenfura side, and this doesn't look great at all, if you ask me. It's only 1 unit, and we're going to start the game turn 4.
Yes. What did Dark Soul bring? This is, I believe,
This is the Swain as.
Swain as?
Wait, it's Swain as? No. Didn't you mention Swain as, or was it another game?
That wasn't Dark, that was Delubio. That wasn't Dark Soul.
This should be, by the way that looks, just Draven Ezreal, because I cannot imagine this card aggro just playing their first turn on turn 3 with the Draven.
I mean, I've seen worse things. And
for example,
it is Dravenez. So we're back to like an old school matchup between Dravenez and Shenfura. Normally, I would favor Dravenez in this, especially at this point in the game. As long as Dark Soul has some type of removal of this Shen, we're in a good spot.
Yep, and we're clogged on these denies that cannot do anything. People suggest that when you're playing Shenfura or Shen Demacia, you should try and go play a bit of curve so you can always represent the deny mana. Even if it's not there, it's still nice to put your opponent on a little bit of a careful side. Just tell them, all right, you might fold if you play the spell here and I deny it.
Okay, so we see the attack here from both units, which I actually really like here from Dark Soul because he's got 2 axes in hand. So no matter which order of blocking happens, there's a possibility to just remove the Screeching Dragon. And that means that this 7 damage does just end up connecting to the Nexus health here against Nowadax. Nowadax is in a little bit of a tricky situation. He's got the Jarvan, luckily, on the next turn, which will allow him to potentially remove a unit.
Or even putting the mushrooms in our opponent's deck. Maybe Dark Souls actually has a burn hand, and putting the mushrooms, dealing the damage really early is going to be very helpful for him, because he's going to be able to finish the game really fast. His opponent is already on 10. There is no sign whatsoever of a Spirit's Refuge, so you might as very well just go in and damage your opponent until they die.
Yeah, we're going for Static Shock here. Which again is a card that can't be notified, but there is a single combat. I think we single combat the Jarvan onto the Draven here, right?
Yeah, single combat from the Jarvan into the Draven, and that is going to mean 2 units of the price of 1, because with the barrier still available, we're not going to take any damage as of yet. The single combat is going to be fired off first, kill the Draven, then kill the 4-4, and that's it.
Wait, we just tried. Okay, we're sacrificing Screeching Dragon instead.
It's fine, Jarvan is going to level. I'm really surprised of people that can manage to level the Jarvan. It seems like, alright, my units need to survive only 4 times. I have barriers, I have plenty of ways to make that happen, but in fact, it's so much happening and so many units can be threatened in this meta where SI Freljord is around and there's so much good removal. Draven as is making a comeback that you do not have the time for your units to survive.
Yeah, the problem I have, obviously, with this line, is this is what happens. The Draven ends up surviving. But the problem I've also had with Jarvan is that it's kind of the big issue I've always had with Jarvan is that he needs to require things to survive when you're striking. So things like I think it's when you're attacking? I don't think single combats and stuff work.
I did not see a lot of Jarvan, to be fair, being played. And I think we have seen a discard from the ballistic bot on a second Draven. I think that was a whirling death.
Yeah, I don't think there's a big need for whirling death in this matchup. Or another Draven, really. Maybe we're just seeing Dark Soul going, okay, well, I don't have much here anymore. Oh, do we see King Jarvan come down now?
Right, we do have King Jarvan the boat being able to be queued in right here, but we instead go for the wider block, and I wouldn't dislike this play because we're already on 10, so we need to push the damage before we actually fold to the sheer pressure of our opponent. We see the Arachnid Sentry coming down, and that might mean that we might see a flock as well in the next action from Dark Soul.
Yeah, I was thinking we deny that there. Especially if we're going Brightsteel Protector, because then we get a fantastic attack here. With Jarvan sitting on Jarvan with another barrier effect on the board.
We're simply keeping the Jarvan back. I don't think we're accomplishing much by hitting with the Jarvan in this situation because it's going to be weak with the Ravenous Flock. You can still hit with everything because your opponent would essentially not want to block with the Draven in this situation. They would want to attack with it. While it has quick attack, well, it enables better blocks.
Ooh, Ezreal. That's going to be a bit of an issue for Nautilus to deal with because we don't see the sharp sight available. The only answer currently to actually deal with Ezreal is this concerted strike, which again is not ideal. Just another stun on Jarvan. This Jarvan is like, Dark Souls like, this Jarvan is getting flocked. No matter what I do, he is going to get flocked.
It's going to be a flock, but followed up by an Opify. So now, Dark Soul might do well and have the second flock because he would bait a deny, I think, in order to stop the second flock if that is an option.
Yes, however, from this attack, Dark Soul is going to have a guaranteed Mystic shot, which will pop any barriers.
Not to mention that his opponent is already on 6 HP, they do not have any forms of healing, so they might start Mystic Shotting the Nexus at this point.
Or how close is Ezreal to leveling up? Oh, I like that ordering a little bit. It's okay. We'll try bait it out a little bit to get these denies out. But again, now it just hits past instead of denying. Maybe there's a second flock?
I think he is forced to pass with the denies in hand simply because his opponent can pick up any of his units here if he develops. The only development that he can do is go for the shell and still have one of deny available.
I mean, this is looking like a very, very tough match here for both sides. Dark Soul had to rummage away a couple more cards that just seem pretty low value. Oh, okay. So if there was ever a turn where Nautix can try to change this match, it is now. He's got that Aegis available for him. He's got a pretty decent attack here, just straight off on the open to try and remove some of this board. And then you can play Jarvan plus Aegis.
I think judging by this block, Dark Souls might just have the capabilities to level the Ezreal and just go ham and finish the game here. You might want the other X as a burst speed little, or you might want the X in order to cycle with a Ramage if you already have one, another one in hand in order to get to your draws.
Well, I guess we're fully on the Aegis turn this turn, right? But we can't even remove Captain Farron. We do have double deny, obviously, so we can deny here instead of Aegis to deny
And
one
you're
of these
forced
decimates.
to go for the deny because otherwise next time your opponent is going to play the deny. You need to deny that one as well, and it's not going to feel comfortable.
forced?
You need to
You-
use the pressure.
You could have just gone down to 2, right?
You have mushrooms in your deck, apparently.
Yeah, but I don't think you're going to draw more than 1 like we saw there, so you would have got down to 1.
In this situation, we can still not remove, even with the concerted strike, we can still not remove the Shen. And a second Captain Farron, with one, you might have been able to deal with, but with the second done, how do you do it?
So you can go Spirit's Refuge, Concerted Strike, but that doesn't even kill a single Farron.
It gives you some HP that you can work with, and you can put it on the Jarvan, on kick Jarvan the third in order to be able to block even more. Did Nautix give up on the game, or is he still in contention for it?
So you're taking what? 4, 6. Yeah, Spirit's Refuge should just be enough, right, to survive.
I think we might be worried about a single copy of Mystic Shot that could be able to proc it, and then we are losing the unit. At this point, do you even care? You have 3 decimates in the hand, so your opponent has tapped out of healing anyways. They still have an Opify. Maybe Dark Soul doesn't know it, but they still have one more Opify, so you can start just playing decimate after decimate after decimate. Or you can just pass from Dark Souls side, I think.
Yeah, I think you just go for the Decimates, right? The Decimates force an answer here. If they don't deny this one, you have 2 more. I could see Nautix hitting okay here because he's got a nice strong attack. Where Jarvan comes in here and tries to remove.
Shen is also leveling, so that might mean even more attack if we're going to play the Golden Aegis, but we do not get the chance though because Jarvan is blocking us from going Deny and Golden Aegis.
Yes, that is true. You have to deny here, so you can't have an Aegis. And then the problem is that if you try to Aegis on the next turn, the third Decimate, it's just gonna call it a game, right? I don't think Nautix is an answer for the third one.
I do not think you play in this list 3 denies, right?
No, it's usually only 2. So we just start off with the Decimate, and it should be fine. Just top tech another deny 5 head. Yeah, so Dark Soul taking it quite comfortably here up against Nautix in a 2-0 victory. They're part of the same scrim group, so I don't know how Nautix is going to actually feel about that. He's maybe happy that the person he did lose to was part of his own group.
The interaction between the two didn't seem like they have anything against each other. They just played a beautiful game, they enjoyed it, and that's ultimately the goal. And also winning. Winning is also nice.
Winning is always nice, right? No matter who you are. Maybe we have another match. I'll find out in just a couple seconds. Not too sure. Gable will let us know, I guess, if we have another match.
Has Lobster started his stream because he is currently playing?
I think he's started this stream at least. So we do have Timmy against Rala. I think is coming up. I'm not sure what the scores are.
And we're seeing a spicy bring here. And we're seeing a Judgment that is completely and utterly destroying this board. But still, it's not going to be enough. It seems like Timmy is taking this one.
Okay. Well, that's a connection problem. But the match is still going in the background. I can see the emotes.
I do not understand what's happening here. But why is the player still? Actually, yeah, it's Gable who is streaming.
Yeah.
Spectator mod once again helping us out, helping us. Quotations, of course.
Yeah, I've always had problems with it. It rarely works for me.
So can we try to go for Fresh Lobster then?
We're gonna have another match shortly, according to Gable. So it's gonna be Cartonage. Who's his opponent? Versus Y4 Orito.
I think it's pronounced Cartanog or something along the lines. And Yarito is simply Yarito.
Yarito. Okay, let's update those. That should all be good.
Let's actually see. Wait, there is another Jarvan deck. There is another Jarvan Shen deck. They keep on coming.
I mean, it kind of does the same thing as Fiora, but just does it later in the game. So
and not as reliable. And you'd probably want Fiora back at 3-3, or at least at 2-3.
Another thing to consider, though, the reason I don't like Jarvan is that you can't attack. Sometimes if you want to float mana, you literally can't attack because Jarvan, you don't get a choice. Jarvan just gets summoned for 6 mana if you have it, right?
Yeah, and we have seen that even last game when we saw that Nautilus wouldn't have the deny and the Golden Ages available things simply because Jarvan screwed that one up. Seems like it has been a level Zoe along the lines for Cartanog here because we see every single unit getting the elusive, so it's going to mean even more damage. And I do think against a deck like Lee Zoe, you do want an evoke like the Immortal Fire simply because it's not going to get killed and is going to be sent back to the hand.
Yeah, however, though, Yorito has got a leveled up Lee on board, right? So all we need is 3 more attack. And that... Oh, we even have a leveled Zoe now. That is huge, because now, even if Zoe's removed, the buff still persists. And that makes this turn very, very awkward overall here for Cartonage to deal with this.
And as you mentioned, we just need 2 more attack on our Lee in order to finish the game. I would say that going for the Zenith Blade into Pal Cascade is going to be enough in this situation. There is no single combat. There is, however, a Hush on the side of Cartanog, so he's still going to be able to survive this turn.
Yes, but you'd have to Hush right now, right? So they don't get the kick, they don't get anything.
Yeah, you probably go for the Hush here, and you can safely develop Aurelion Sol as well, and with this board, Aurelion Sol is going to be able to level.
Yeah, the other consideration is maybe you don't play Hush yet because they might have to do something at fast speed, but that's very unlikely. I don't think you risk it. Yep. Scourge is huge here, I think. If as Radiant Soul's leveling though, you definitely go for Living Legends.
Yeah, definitely. Go for the Living Legends, so you're going to get a bunch of keywords and a bunch of
Wait,
good
so
celestials.
both sides had a leveled up. Sorry. Okay, that changes the game quite a bit. I didn't realize those were leveled up Zoes on both sides.
Even so, Yarito would need something like Spell Shield or something like Elusive in order to deal with this board.
I mean, how do you even stop the Radiant Soul level up? You don't. That's the thing.
You do not.
Will of Ionia.
You have...
He's teched in Will of Ionia. Let's hope.
So you are hoping to get an Equinox here and then go for Will of Ionia and hope that sticks and it's not going to level the Radiant Soul.
I don't even
Yeah,
think he's.
can
I
see
don't.
that.
I don't even think he's running well. I'm just trying to. I'm clutching at straws in terms was out here for Yorito, and I don't seem to be able to find anything.
Alternatively, you can go for something like Equinox into a Hush in order to prevent the level up.
Yes, but that's not gonna. That's just delays it, right? Because what we're gonna see next turn is obviously, the elusive come down and just give everything elusive.
Well, one way to finish at least one of the units is to have the Lee Sin in the hands, so you get Resonating Strike and you can actively try and aim to kill one of the units here, and that's going to succeed because your opponent is going to 0, and there is nothing that they can do. Even with the discount that Moonsilver provides, that's not enough in order to find an answer here, and Aurelion Sol was still going to be able to stick on the board one turn but unleveled.
Yeah, that is the case. The Trickster, though, is
Gives everything
problem.
elusive.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's a huge problem. You got Zoe plus Trickster as well, so that's Fangs gives everything lifesteal as well if you want.
If you have an issue here is your opponent finding an elusive themselves, but there is no Zoe Super Cool Star Chart from what it seems, and you would need to play another Spaces Catcher and find an elusive in order to be able to block. So you could just go for big blocker, big elusives now and finish the game for good.
Okay, so we have a Scourge. We have Challenger. Give everything Challenger. But the problem is obviously with Scourge, you still want everything to have elusive.
I think you might give up on the plan that you want to give everything Challenger with the Scourge. You go for the elusive game plan and you make use of the rest of the mana that you are being given here. You can discount this Cosmic Rays if you want, and if you feel like it is going to be needed, you can go for the stun and still play some more attackers. You can even go and overwrite this Plaza Guard, this Grand Plaza with another unit that is able to attack and finish the game.
Yeah, but what's the ordering? So we play Fangs now to give everything lifesteal into an elusive.
I'm really curious, why did we go for everything Challenger instead of everything elusive? Because Challenger doesn't accomplish much unless our opponent has a Hush and they need to have double Hush in order to finish the game. Is this the most damage that we are able to represent this turn? I think not. I think playing a Trickster would give us more damage, or double Trickster.
Yeah, I mean, you can get rid of Plaza. Plaza here doesn't matter in this matchup at all.
Especially when everything has already Challenger.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, what could Yorito do to stop this? Outside of double Hush, and that's still not... Is that even enough? That's still not even enough. Wait, we're going with Scourge as well? Okay. Okay, we're going Moonsilver into Scourge. I don't mind this.
I think we're outputting as much damage as possible. We're dragging least last, so it's not a valid blocker, but that's the issue with the Scourge. You're just going to get stunned.
I mean, the ordering would have been nice. If you could have made Scourge an elusive, would have been even better. We could have played the elusive last.
No, it doesn't matter though. So you just drag one of the elusives that doesn't have spell shield with the elusive that doesn't have spell shield, or you do not even try it for it because your opponent doesn't physically have a way to get out of this, and Kartnog is going to take this game.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the scores are. Hopefully, we get to see a little bit more action there, if possible. But it could be the end of the round. I mean, looking at these scores right now, I don't think there are any more matches.
I don't think there are many more matches either. Every round has a score, every player, every game has a score. So it's the end of this round.
You like the attack order? Yeah, I just would like to give everything elusive at the end, right? But maybe he wanted to just float the mana more, which was we're fine. I mean, either way, it doesn't make too much of a difference in terms of the game outcome. Fresh Lobster's still in it? Of course he is. Of course, Lobster's still in it.
How is Lobster still in there?
Okay, let's quickly go over to Fresh Lobster. There we go. I'll fix the overlay in a sec. Give me a sec. I'm assuming his score is only 1-0 right now.
Yeah, according to Battlefy, it's still 1-0 for Lobster. Still. And it seems like he is in a better spot than most of the decks that have been running Jarvan so far. I think he's the only successful Jarvan player that we have seen so far on stream. The other Jarvan decks, specifically the Jarvan Shen decks, didn't quite perform in this meta.
Yeah, it'd be curious to see what Silent Swords list is, and how we got to actually getting to this board state. Do you have any idea?
I would say that there was a Silver Wing Swift Lancer, yeah. Or there might have been something like the Laurent Chevalier.
Yes, there is a Laurent Chevalier. I always ruin that name. French is not my strong suit. And this is a Shen Führer, not a Jarvan Führer. Which is now we have to... It's annoying that we have to now just check. We can't just go, oh, this is Shen Führer. It could be Jarvan, potentially.
It could be Lulu as well. Like, when you see the Demacia Ionia, it's not a certain thing that is going to be Shen Fiora anymore. They have at least 3 possibilities with Lulu, Fiora, or Jarvan alongside of Shen.
Yeah, and this is looking okay for Lobster. He's got Jarvan on the board. He's got Garen on the board. The main worry, obviously, is any type of barrier attack. But we have a couple of them we can invoke here. We can try and force out some denies, maybe some removal options here by going with the Priestess here.
You might even just want to go for a big swing. The only downside with the big swing is that the opponent might have barriers. They are playing a barrier deck at the end of the day. So a single combat is going to be represented here in order to kill the Shen. If you go for this, you assume that your opponent doesn't have a barrier. But what's your backup plan if they have?
You don't have one. You just kind of lose, right?
It seems like it.
So we could also Spacey Sketcher to try and find like a Crescent Strike and try maybe bait out a Deny or a Nopify if there is one in Silent Sword's side. We've joined in the middle of the match, so I have no idea what cards have been played yet. If there's been a couple of Nopifies, if there's been a couple of Denies played, and what removal options are still available. For all we know, we've seen a number of barrier cards played already here from the side of Silent Sword, so Lobster could have an okay read that there might just not be anything.
Also, at these late stages of the game, you can also use the Penitent Squire and the Spacey Sketcher combo in order to get rid of the Tethered Banner that is going to be given you by the Penitent Squire and find some useful invokes. In this specific situation with the hand, I think you might want to keep the Tethered Banner for the Honored Lord, so you activate the barrier.
So this block sequence kind of leads for Lobster to think maybe there isn't a barrier effect, or maybe. Let me open Lobster's list, because what you're worried about obviously is Lobster running Hush.
He cannot afford not running hash. The question is he running 2 or is he running 3 hashes?
So he's running 3 hashes in the deck and concerted strikes.
Alright, so C3 is coming down and there's only 4 mana available. My guess is going to be that there's going to be a Golden Aegis coming down this turn.
I don't think you can risk Golden Aegis, because whatever your Golden Aegis could just die to a concerted strike or a single combat, right?
But it doesn't feel great though on Silent Sword side no matter what, right? Because all the units are going to be able to block on Fresh Lobster side. Or at least block a Citria and block other 2 units. So you are essentially hitting with only 1.
So these are a couple of difficult choices. We don't have anything fantastic, so it's basically a toss-up between Supernova and Scourge. I don't think you can afford to play Living Legends or even empty out your hand to fully utilize it. So Scourge is probably like your game-winning plan, maybe if we see something like a Bright Steel Protector from Silent Sword come down on 9 or 10.
And Lobster is going for the single combat, having the read that you suggested that there might not be any barrier on Silent Sword side, so we do see a spell being queued. It might be just an Opify, and it is an Opify. This Shen has a will to live and is not willing to die that easily.
Yeah, the opponent is only playing a one-off of Riposte. Okay, yeah, I haven't actually grabbed all his lists up yet. Let me double check. Yes, you're right. One-off Riposte, double Spirit's Refuge, triple Sharp Sight, and no Fuhrer on board, so it's very unlikely. So I actually like the single combat.
I think this Jarvan might be able to level, and with Garen on the board as well, you can just level it with Garen, strike with it, and then the turns to come, you are going to have better on your Jarvan and challenge units pretty easily, and also are going to attack on the turns when you are not supposed to, specifically on your opponent's turns.
Yeah, so Silent Sword with this attack order most likely has a way of protecting the Shen, unless we just pull Garen and Jarvan to the side.
We can, but we are just giving them the level up for free, and I think Lobster could just take the hit, honestly. He's not under any threat.
I mean, he's taking, what, 10 damage? Maybe he doesn't.
I think you're fine with taking 10 at this point.
Really? I think you just block Cithria with your Priestess. Like, who cares?
Yeah, you can also go with a 1-1 that is blocking the Cithria and not taking that much damage. The block is, however, being forced onto the 3-2. And that might mean that Silent Sword is representing a sharp side in order to try and kill the Garen. And if that is going to be the case, there's no answer in Lobster's hand.
I mean, I honestly wouldn't even block the 3-2 with Garen. I think you can wait another turn, potentially. You can block it with just a 2-1, right? And that if they want to keep the birdies alive, they have to play a spell.
Yeah, but they cannot block with the 2-1 due to the
Oh, yeah, it's fearsome. Yeah, I forgot. It's fearsome. Yeah, I completely forgot. Oh, okay. So they just give free Jarvan level.
There's a free Jarvan level, there is a Garen level up, and things are looking quite nicely for Fresh Lobster. He can even go for Tattered Banner and proc the Eclipse Dragon into Nightfall to get even more resources if they feel like they need it.
You could also just slam down a Radiant Guardian to get your healing going. Solari, there's just so many good options here for Lobster. He has the pick of the litter here to choose whatever he wants to try and develop a big threat here against Silent Sword. I mean, the concerns are obviously he has to worry about Golden Aegis. He doesn't have a way of stopping that, so maybe we go for an Invoke, right? Search for something like a Crescent Strike or an Obliterate, maybe, to try and have an answer to it if possible.
Yeah, but he always is going to be able to have great invokes because of the Solar Priestess, because of the opportunity to proc the to proc your Eclipse Dragon into Nightfall and get 2 more cards that are going to be a Celestial and a Dragon. That also leaves the options for you to get Great Beyonds and just finish the game with something that your opponent cannot counter, or at least they would need to use the Sharp Sight, which is usually not killing the Great Beyond by any means.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with the parts from Lobster, but I guess he's not under any pressure unless it's an Aegis that comes down straight away. Because the problem, obviously, if an Aegis comes down straight away here, is that he doesn't have time to set up Spacey or Priestess to find an answer.
Our concern might be here for Lobster if our opponent does only have 1 golden Aegis. If they have more, we might not be able to block all that we want. We're not going to have the level up sims on the Jarvan in this situation.
This is actually really tricky for Lobster, because he could end up losing Jarvan or Garen or both potentially here.
What would be more precious for his opponent? I think Garen might be more precious simply because Garen is going to allow him to attack when he shouldn't be able to on the turns that you are attacking if you are his opponent. So yeah, it is more pressure from his side. Jarvan can be left on the board and you can deal with him later.
Yeah, there is obviously the Cythria. Are we really going for the Jarvan over Garen? I mean, Garen next turn obviously doesn't get the attack, so you're not worried about it for 1 more turn.
But it's time for Lobster to play something, and by the looks of it, he doesn't have anything, so his opponent might very well get the read that they do not have any spell in hand, so they are full unit based if they are Lobster.
Yeah, and you have to block everything because of a fear of a riposte. I don't know if we've seen the one-off riposte played yet.
Actually, I think also this block what does very good is playing around the second Shen, because your opponent is attacking after they played Golden Aegis and they leave 6 mana open. The likelihood of having another Shen in hand is very high.
They could also just have another Aegis, right? There's a potential for another Aegis here to come down.
Or they can have both, but nonetheless, they can go for that kind of play, and they're going to force Lobster to block even more and take unfavorable blocks.
I'm not against Crescent Strike. The other cards are not fantastic here for you. Charger, you can't play this turn. You don't want to play it next turn. Moonglow could be a consideration to play around Concerted, but again, you can't play it right now.
You can actually play the Charger this turn because due to the Eclipse Dragon, it's going to get discounted by 2.
Oh yeah, you're right. I really forgot about that. Maybe you need to play Charger because if there's another Aegis, you need an additional blocker.
As we speak about it, he seems to also incline towards playing this Charger, having an additional blocker and not folding to another Golden Aegis, because if you see another one, you're done for. I think you just need to play in order not to lose in this situation, not to play for the finishing in the next couple of turns.
Oh, Concerted. So that's both Jarvan and Garen removed here from Silent Sword. Lobster really needs the Scourge to do a lot of work. The problem is obviously if there's another Concerted. We've seen one. The deck, I believe, ran how many copies? Let me get it up. He's running 2 copies of Concerted, 1 riposte. So there's not many removal options overall outside of that, but it could be a possibility. However, it doesn't seem like they have it just yet because you would have just played it right off the bat to stop the Scourge attacking at that point in the game. So I do like this from Lobster developing the 4-1 Charger. He knows if they had Concerted, they would have just played it there to stop the attack buff going through and give everything +2/+2.
And I do like the pickup on the Shen because it has the most HP, it is the most problematic blocker, everything is going to have overwhelm and +2/+2. Your opponent needs to block with everything. And on -13, is Silencer going to be able to defend himself? He currently can block with the HP on his units from that -13, 10. So he needs 4 more.
Spirit's Refuge would do it.
It has to be Spirit's Refuge, otherwise it's not going to cut it. Or something like a single combat.
Yeah, you can with Shen. Yeah, with Shen. If you single combat with Shen. Wait. That's a mistake in ordering, right? Did he miscount? He miscounted his mana. He was gonna go Spirit's Refuge single combat, wasn't he? That just screams Spirit's Refuge single combat.
Probably, but I'm still in awe of how that happens, simply because when you do play the healing, even if it comes down at the end of the turn and essentially you should be fine, you are not, because the attack is going to take the priority first of the first attackers, and once you reach 0, game over. The healing after doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, I think their line was to go single combat on Shen to get a double heal. But as we saw, I don't think they checked their mana total. They also didn't block with the 2-1.
That block without the 2-1 was questionable a bit, and playing the Spirit's Refuge, I mean, even if you had a single combat, you might have wanted to try with the Spirit's Refuge, you might have wanted to try on a unit that has more attack. For example, a Citra, you go single combat and then it heals you for more.
Okay, so that is round number 3 done, by the way. Again, thanks for everyone who's watching and tuning in to the tournament. We're going to hop to a short break, literally like 2 minutes, because I think the round's already up for round 4. And then we're going to have a little bit more interaction. There's 6 rounds total today, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple minutes. And we are back for round number 4 here of our Invite Legends tournament. And we're going to be hopping straight away into our first match of round 4 between two players who are currently sitting at 3-0. Timmy versus Cartoonage. How are you feeling about this matchup? And I completely
First of all, yeah, I'm not feeling great about your impression.
that was really bad.
Second of all, we already see the Masya Targon again, which I presume is another Jarvan 4 deck. What's been happening with this Jarvan 4 decks? Is it the hype of the new patch, or is it actually a good deck and a good champion?
I honestly don't know. You're asking me a question I do not have the answer to, and I don't think I'm going to get the answer to it in the next couple minutes. So let me grab the list. So we have... no, this is just a Zoe Aurelian Soul from Cartoonage.
Zoe Aurelian Soul, I could see that one because Zoe provides more value in the early rounds, provides stabilization, provides for you tools in order to stabilize things like Equinox to deal with units that are problematic once they get buffed, or if you want to remove spell shield. It also provides you with stuns if your opponent is going to try to damage themselves even more if they are in a drought and they do not have a Star Spring trigger. They do not seem to have a Star Spring first though.
I mean, we've seen this historically, right? With Sorakatam, sometimes they just don't get that Star Spring and they end up having to sit on just trying to build a kind of okay board for a long period of time without a Star Spring, which is actually kind of rough. However, this turn is looking actually pretty okay for Timmy, right? If we play our Astral Protection here, it should just keep our units alive. The only thing we need to really be worried about is a Hush.
And the Hush is coming in, and that is going to remove the 2 challengers that we have at our disposal. It's just going to leave us with the 1/6 Soraka, and there's not much that you can do besides just playing these Broadback Protectors. Never mind, besides the Broadback Protectors, we still get the Star Spring. And I do love the ordering because this way the Broadback Protectors are going to trigger first Star Spring Blast, and that way we're going to get a little bit closer to the Soraka level up.
Yeah, it's also to note here that Cartoonage is playing the Invoke package, so we do have Star Shapings, we do have Fangs, and we do have Solari Priestess. So there is ways of removing landmarks available here in this Zoe Aurelian Soul list.
Definitely, you just need to try hard enough at this point. I think with Spacey Catcher coming down, we're looking here for a silence in the form of the Equinox. We do not want that 2/7 to be able to, 1, heal our opponent's Nexus for as much as they want, and 2, to be able to provide a target that is always damaged for the Star Spring in order to level it up and win with Star Spring win condition.
Also, just to know, this is a very interesting list here from Cartoonage. They have brought, in their list, I've just a couple of cards. They've got triple Egghead Researcher, and then 2 copies of Strafing Strike instead of like what you normally see is like a Concerted Strike in these types of lists. Strafing Strike is basically single combat, but costs 1 more for most of the time. That's all it is. However, if you do have a dragon on the board, it will allow, if it survives, it will heal the dragons up a little bit. So you're going to look to use it probably on something like Aurelian Soul, or something that pops off of that Egghead Researcher.
And I think it's going to be additional value simply because from the invokes that you're going to get, you can also get Great Beyond, and then Strafing Strike with the Great Beyond is going to heal it back if it ever gets damaged.
Okay, so it's Cartoonage. Okay, that's fine. That's how I thought it was originally, but Castman got me confused, and then I kept blurring all the different pronunciations in my head. And then I kept ruining it, and I was like, okay. No, I was making fun of you. Okay.
I mean, it's hard when you're when you're casting so many tournaments because sometimes you even blunder the names that seem pretty obvious.
Just spelling it out with spaces in between that doesn't help me, by the way.
Oh, but what we do see here is both TK and Soraka being presented to Timmy here, and above all, he also has the Star Spring that can be ongoing. He might have an issue in trying to stay alive because he doesn't have any hash available to himself. So 2 hits from some elusives here should be enough here. Even if we manage to find something like a destroyer, that should help us ease the damage that we can do on our opponent.
I'm just thinking, do we have an answer for the Immortal Fire here outside of just trying to remove it over multiple attacks?
It seems like we do not have one currently, and even if there's going to be multiple attacks, it needs to be this 6-5 hitting it specifically, and that means it's not even going to die, it's just going to be reset to the 5 HP it usually has, and then you need to start to grind it again. You need to hit with units that currently have 2 attacks, so you need to hit at least 2 times, 3 times.
Yes, that is true. You obviously have your little saving grace here is you've got those double broad back protectors on the board, which are going to just keep your Nexus in a nice comfortable spot even after the attacks from the Immortal Fire. So you don't necessarily need to be worried about removing it just yet.
The problem that is going to come your way is what if your opponent has another big elusive, because in that scenario they might just have enough damage in order to finish you, and they are entitled, I think, to go for an elusive finish if they do have that, because you didn't represent any hash whatsoever.
Or maybe we just play Radiant Soul. Just be like, fine. Because you can't attack, right? If you're Timmy here, you can't attack.
Well, technically you cannot attack, but it's not going to do much for you because you're just giving this Aurelion Soul free food. It's going to be at 11 attack after it blocks any single unit that is being presented on this board. And you cannot even remove the Immortal Fire, so things are not looking really nice, but from the top of the deck, it's going to be a hash that it's going to help us at least deal with this Immortal Fire.
Yeah, I think we have to hush straight away though if we do that, right? You don't want the attacks going through. I mean, it's such a tricky position here for Timmy. Because yes, you could just try and hush here, but this hush could represent something more useful later down the line. So you can see even from Timmy's side, we go for the heal to try and cycle a card, try and search for maybe another line of play here if we can.
But we do not have many lines of play. That is the major issue, and a 6-5 is going. Oh, the Strafing Strike is going to come in huge, and it's going to proc a Bastion, making even more options being available to Timmy. He currently has only 3 cards. His opponent obviously has even more, and it's going to threaten more answers from his side, so it doesn't really feel great.
Yeah, you can even potentially just attack the Immortal Fire with Time Catch if you wanted now to just remove the first proc. Don't even necessarily need to hush, but again, you have hush, so you're completely fine in passing. You can deal with the attack over the next couple of turns here.
My bet is that this is going to be a hash into Tom Kenshin's Acquired Taste, and then we get rid of one elusive. If, however, our opponent finds that is making it even harder for you because you're not going to be able to remove it, or not going to be able to remove it by traditional means. You can still go for the Acquired Taste to pop the Spell Shield, and then you can go for the hash in order to try and remove it with a block from the Tom Kench, or even with our Sheriff Lariat Rose.
Yeah, I don't mind the acquired taste option. But the thing is, obviously, Timmy's thinking maybe I can get an acquired taste to actually level up Tom Kench's turn and get my Broadback Protector back on something else. But again, we don't have to see. I'm going to attempt to pronounce his name again. I really apologize if I've ruined it. It's Cartanog, right? Cartanog?
I do think so.
Okay.
That sounds very German. So as we presented, it's two options: whether go for the acquired taste now and hash in combat, or we go for the hash now and go for the acquired taste. Our opponent shouldn't be able to go for something like a Bastion because they simply do not play that type of card in their deck.
Yeah, so we can acquire taste the Zoe here if we want to go for the level up line instead. How much healing can we get on the Starspring this turn?
I think the answer might be not enough in order to win this game. So far, it doesn't look really great, and our opponent still needs to develop if they want to push more damage, so we might get an acquired taste. Ooh. Now you really need to pick which one you want to kill, and I do think that you want to kill the Immortal Fire in this situation because it's just going to be able to output more damage that you can stomach with your current board.
Yeah, there's also the possibility of just playing another unit here and actually getting the Aurelian Soul level up becoming a genuine problem.
And here you might even need to eat, as you suggested, in order to prevent the Aurelian Soul level up, because little by little Cartanog is managing to raise the attack on his units, and if you do not stop it or try to stop it, it might be an Aurelian Soul level up.
Yeah, this goes back down to this acquired taste not really being played, right? To remove the spell shields on the earlier turns.
However, we do pick up Aurelian Soul, but what is that trade going to do for us? Because the only unit that can drag it and still not die because of it is going to be Tom Kench. But if we drag it with Tom Kench, our opponent can simply try to buff it, can go for single combats. They simply have the answers to remove it.
Ouch. That is painful. You lose Soraka, you lose 3 units here. And now your board is going to be under a little bit more pressure. Do we actually go for the Soraka? Okay, we're going to just play Soraka. Maybe we just want the heal to generate a card draw on this Tom Kench. And you can remove the first level of the Immortal Fire, I guess. But you just throw away Soraka is the problem. The other line, obviously, is we go Hush plus Acquired Taste on like an Aurelian Soul, maybe. And then attack afterwards to heal Tom Kench up to full, if possible. But that's super risky.
But we do see Cartanog keeping 5 mana open, and that might mean simply a Concerted Strike that is going to be represented
There's no
here.
Concerted Strikes in the deck. It is quite literally just single combats and strafing strikes.
Oh, never mind. What are your options though if you just have single combats or strafing strikes? Do you go for double single combat or single combat concerted strafing strike in order to try and remove this Tom Kench?
It's probably like a Hush plus single combat that we're threatening here.
And Hush plus single combat would do it, I think. Would it though? Hush on Tom Kench is going to be able to put him to 7 because he's already leveled. And plus 4 from Desert Protection, Hush plus single combat is not going to be enough.
No, but obviously you don't have to commit that until we see Timmy commit a bit more.
And that seems to be like another nail to the coffin, because the Sunblast Vigor is going to be able to keep the Tahm Kench around for quite more turns. Double Hash is going to be able to get rid of the Great Beyond of the Zoe, whatever we choose to kill in this situation.
It really depends on the invokes that Kartanog has been able to generate. Because right now, your threats are primarily Aurelion Soul. This Immortal Fire, yes, it does 8 damage, but with the Broad Back Protector, you're just going to slowly heal that up. You're not too scared of it right this second. What you are really afraid of is Aurelion Soul leveling up and getting tons of 0-cost invokes. Because we've seen that historically, right? Aurelion Soul, game ending the second it can get that level up going.
Yeah, because you simply cannot play around what your opponent has in hand. You cannot be like, all right, they dropped to 0 mana, they do not have anything anymore. No, because of our leveling, even at 0 mana, you can never feel safe.
Yeah, because what happens is they get the big obliterate cards, like and they're costing 0, so you just get rid of Star Springs, you get rid of whatever you want, and there's usually no answer to it.
Or if there is an answer in other decks, for example, decks that run the Ionian region, you pay mana in order to remove a card that essentially costs 0.
Okay, that's an interesting attack. Not attacking with the Immortal Fire. And they had 10 cards in hand. So they didn't even get the super cool star chart. So I'm really confused by that attack.
I think we all are, but maybe Kartanog's plan is to chip his opponent down little by little with the Zoe. We just have 19 more turns, but there are also brought back protectors on the board, so that damage is irrelevant. If something, it helps our opponent to damage his brought back protector in order to heal it back a Star Spring.
But why didn't we attack with Immortal Fire? I'm so confused.
Because Zoe is menacing enough, you do not need to attack with the big bird.
This is a weird stalemate we're in right now, where Kartanog can't really develop much because of an acquired taste. Coming down most turns. Scratch that. We get Radiant Guardian come down, although it is just a regular 4/5. But is that enough to level up Aurelion Soul? No.
No, it's still not going to be enough to level up the Aurelion Soul. I'm curious, why did this Radiant Guardian got the play here, or if there is another unit in Kartanog's hand, there might be none, so he is forced for it, or he might have thought that the acquired taste could proc the Radiant Guardian.
So now it's come to that turn where we're going for the aggressive line now from Timmy. Recognized, look, we can't keep doing this passing game here. We have to try and go for a Star Spring, because eventually Aurelion Soul is going to just generate some type of removal for Star Spring. You need to have some other win con potentially, either through damage or through board control here from Sir Rakatam, because I feel like it's very unreliable to hope that this Star Spring is actually going to win you it.
But the more we wait, not even Aurelion Soul is going to be a threat, but the constant pressure of playing invoked card after invoked card, because at some point, that invoked card is going to be a Great Beyond, and after you've played so many Celestial cards, the Great Beyond is going to be big enough in order to finish the game. We do have double hash for it, but that's not going to be enough to remove it for good. It's just going to be able to stall the game for a few times.
Yeah, and that is another very useful unit in hand here for Timmy across the Quadra. Self-damage is for 2, so it'll allow the Star Spring to get another additional heal if you want to go for that line. Curious to know how close we are here actually to just winning with Star Spring. Because we can heal potentially, you can heal 7 on Tahm Kench, I believe. And you can heal 1 on the Broadback Protector, 2 on the Crusty Codger. Is that enough?
There is a spell being killed, maybe. Oh, another Aurelion Soul, and there is nothing that Timmy can do.
Well, you just go for the win, right? You just win here. That's just game.
It's exactly on 22.
It's
even more.
Yeah, it's just game. It had to be an obliterate over the damage because you had to remove Starspring, and Timmy just takes that.
But we do have to mention, this is not the final game. This is the first game, and we're going to have even more games coming from this round with Timmy against Kartanov.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that because I felt like that was a pretty big overcommittal here from Kartanog. Maybe they just didn't have any obliterate options from any of their invokes to remove that Star Spring, or maybe they thought, okay, they can't possibly heal all the way up to 22 on this turn. Let's try to remove their board, then remove the Star Spring.
Yeah, but in that situation, you could simply wait for an invoke on the next turn and see if you can actually remove it. Because if they are going to be able to heal the next turn, you are going to be presented with the same situation. They're going to be close to the level up of the Star Spring. So not much changes, just your answers and your outs.
Did we swap sides? I think we swapped sides, right? We were watching Timmy before, right?
Yeah, we were watching Timmy before.
Okay. Okay, that's not just me. Okay, it's fine.
We still see this. I would assume this is the Jarvan Shen.
I can double check. Let me. It is just a Jarvan Shen. And I feel like Timo Ez should be okay in this matchup.
That's what you usually feel like, I think, and now with the addition of Jarvan instead of Fiora, you cannot put the pressure anymore because the units on the Timo S side are really small besides. Are you right there, James? Oh. But there are only small units on the Frozen Core side. There are only 2 mana, 2 HP units. There are the most free HP, and Sejuani would be the biggest one. But I do think this is Timo S, so the most are going to get is 4 HP when Ezra levels up.
Yeah, this Timo, actually a little bit of a problem. Do we see the Sharp Sight coming down here? I'm not actually against just playing Sharp Sight here. You need to make sure you do. I mean, it doesn't really matter what you do Sharp Sight on, but you need something to try and remove Timo with. Is they're just going to get free mushrooms in your deck.
While you do get free mushrooms on your deck, I think the main advantage sometimes on the Ionia side is that we simply do not draw that much. It's only River Shaper that draws us cards, and not that consistently because people tend to remove it. They do not want to give Ionia Demacia draw, especially Demacia, because they lack that tool. If you give them that tool, they can just overrun you with sheer board power.
Yeah, the real question here, you don't like it? No, I don't mind. I was just not expecting it. I don't mind the side switch. I was just like, I wasn't expecting it, so I was like, something seems odd. And I can't put my finger on exactly what. And this is what, also, by the way, this Puffcat Peddler is one of the key cards, obviously, here for the Timo Ez deck. And it's kind of what makes the Timo Ez deck work so well. Because you pair it up with, again, the cards like Troll Chance, Elixirs, etc. The cards that keep them alive for more and more turns. And while you're doing that, you're just going to keep generating more and more shrooms. And I think if you're going to rip this Concerted Strike, now is potentially the turn. You can do it right off here. If there is any type of freeze, you can respond with a Sharp Sight.
Yeah, if there is a Troll Chant, however, it's not going to work out, right? Because if there's going to be a Troll Chant, the Puffcat Peddler is going to go to 5 attack. Probably we're going to play it on the River Shaper on Kartanog's side, so he doesn't get the draw as well. But no, we just decide to go for full Puffcaps because while this Puffcat Peddler is going to die, River Shaper is drawing a card. And that card might have a lot of Puffcaps on it.
Yes, there's what 20 something mushrooms in the deck at the moment.
Not to mention that this team. Oh.
I mean,
The sharp side is going to be useful here because we're finally going to be able to block the Teemo.
I mean, you already had a shop. You already had a shop site though, so having two means at least you have multiple turns. I really like the shop site, maybe on like the River Shaper to try drawing more spells. Yep, this is the line I like a lot.
It's quite funny because you need more spells, but drawing more means you are more likely to draw into shrooms. So you're not going to feel great about any time you get to draw. And another troll chant is going to keep this Teemo alive.
Do we commit the next sharp site and just hope, or do we just say, okay, we'll just take the draw on the spell? I think we just take the draw, and that's completely fine. And there's already a lot of shrooms starting to stack up. Do we just play? I think we play Bright Steel here, even though it doesn't really achieve much. The other options, obviously, is to play that Concerted Strike. But what Bright Steel allows you to do is get that Green Glade duo here, just to get buffed up a little. You still end up floating 3 mana, which is completely fine. We could even Aegis, but you don't necessarily need to, because we got Java now on the next attack.
You could go for Aegis to remove some of the blockers and then attack again with the Jarvan, and that's going to put even more pressure from the opponent. But on Kartnog's side, he keeps on drawing these 2 mushrooms every single turn so consistently. Puff Capeller should be proud of it.
Yeah, it's done its job quite well, and the only question here is, do we have like a Harsh Winds? Don't even need it, right? You can just Brittle. And the extra draws from River Shaper, I feel like Timmy's quite happy with it, right? It's just, okay, take these draws. You can take them. We just get more shrooms into your deck, out of your deck into your hand.
One and another one that is going to put Kartnog onto 6 HP, and this Golden Age is going to be able to threaten anything at this point, because I do not feel like it's going to do much. Timmy should be able to block most of the attack.
Can't even attack with River Shaper. Can't risk drawing more.
It is quite unfortunate, and we do see the Harsh Winds here that is completely going to cancel the attack out. There's going to be another turn and more potential for Kartnog to draw mushrooms, and quite surprisingly, he doesn't draw any Spirit's Refuge so far. And River Shaper is not the draw you are searching for. You do not want to draw even more. You do want good cards that are good on their own and are able to turn the tables.
Yeah, we needed another Shen or another Aegis, right? To force Timmy's last resources out of hand as quickly as possible before you die.
But dying seems even more likely with every single turn that's being played by both players, with every single mushroom that is being shuffled by team in Kartnog's deck, and with every single draw from these River Shapers.
Yeah, you can't really stop this Concerted Strike. The only thing Timmy has as an option is, do we go for this attack and play around the sharp side or not? We know obviously Kartnog has got a sharp sight as an option, but whether or not we go for it just now. That
this
Mystic
shot is quite questionable, because I would expect it to go on to face and try to finish the opponent next turn with a lot of mushrooms.
Do you know what makes it even more questionable? Okay, so heads up play. Timmy has a second Teemo in hand. This is the line, right? He has second Teemo in hand. He's hoping for like a single combat to respond, plays the second Teemo down, gets the hit.
That might be the line that he was trying to go for, but there is no mushroom, and I think Kartog might be able to steal this one out.
Yeah, just go fully wide. But the problem is, again, you could just die to your River Shaper hits, so you have to put them at the end. That's an iterative improvement. What is that normally run in TeamOS?
I think they run one-off. I lost one iterative improvements when I played Ace Draven into TeamOS, and they copied my Captain Farron, and yes, you can understand what happened from there.
Yeah. So right now, Timmy needs another harsh winds.
He is representing it, that's for sure. Is that going to be enough to save him? I think he's going to be. What are you going to block here?
Jarvan.
Oh, you're going to block Jarvan, go harsh winds on the other two, and it's not going to be enough damage and enough pressure from Kartunok's side.
You survive here either way, yeah. Because Kartanog is not attacking River Shaper either.
River Shaper, which is usually the star of the deck because you do want to trim your deck, you do want to reach your units. Now you are being stuck with one on the board that cannot attack, you are being stuck with another one in hand that cannot help you, and on top of that, you have denies that are basically useless at this point unless there's going to be a few burn spells. But mushrooms are doing the beats here. And another River Shaper. These draws couldn't be any more unfortunate for Kartnog.
Yeah, this Teemo as well, by the way, don't forget, is most likely going to attack here and actually get through. We have Ezreal now as well. That is absolutely brutal here. That's going to generate... That's 4 damage. That's just game. Yeah. We see the surrender coming out here from Kartanog. Timmy taking this 2-0 here in round 4.
Have we witnessed any 2-1 win? Oh, I think it's only been one, but outside of that, every single match that we have been casting so far, it has been 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and at a reasonable speed as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it has been all 2. I thought 3 Shapers too much. Yeah, the 3 River Shapers was a little bit rough. You drew most of your spells and then you still drew River Shapers. Really needed, like I said, we mentioned we needed that. You needed that Shen a lot earlier. You needed the Aegis a little bit earlier as well. You needed a lot of cards that weren't River Shaper, basically.
But instead, you draw all your free River Shapers, which suck against Teemo, as after they put a lot of mushrooms into your deck. And he also drew like 2 mushrooms consistently, even from the draws from the River Shaper. He drew one mushroom per each draw. So it was really unfortunate.
Hey, I was right about the second Teemo. I was just like, what? That Mystic shot, the only reason you play that is if you have another Teemo in hand. I was super happy about that. Then I'm super happy I got that right because I couldn't see Timmy's hand.
Yes. And that also made the sharp side going to waste, and that meant that there's not going to be a Teemo attack on that turn, but there's going to be free room for Teemo to attack in the following turns if it's going to survive. So no matter what, even after the Ezreal drop, nothing could have been done.
I think that might be it for this round, unless we get lucky and get to see someone else.
Well, we did stay in a Targon versus Targon game in the first game, so that might mean the end of the round here.
Elixir of Iron, yeah, would have been better, yeah. There's a number of options there that would have been tough for you. There was tons of options that would have been tough for you. But
go ahead.
No, it's fine. Go for it.
Currently, you only have the Blacklist boys sparring against each other. We have Evadine versus Delubio, but I don't think we can get visuals on that unless Gable is going to help us with that.
No, I think that's it. I think that is it for round 4. We're going to hop to a short break again. When we're back, we're going to have round number 5 here at Legends of Invite number 2. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're back in just a couple of minutes. And we are back, everyone, with our fifth round of the day. And apologize for the long wait. We were held up by a single match that was taking its time. I wish I knew what that match was like behind the scenes to see exactly why that was happening. But there was a single match, and that has now been finished. And we are now live with round 5, our penultimate round here of the day, before we move on to our top Casmin. We have an interesting match. I want you to bring us into this and explain what we have here for you guys in round 5.
Alright, we do have a feast for you guys because it's going to be Wretched Kata versus Ranu. We have been talking about both these guys all day long and how well they are rated in the tournaments, how well do they perform. Ranu mostly in his respective community, and if I'm not mistaken, I think Wretched Kata is one of the few Bulgarian players that is playing and very proudly representing the country with the results. And this day they decided to take a vacation from their usual control decks or their usual thinking decks, and they just went to aggro lane. Both play aggro decks, more or less.
Yeah, that is true. And if I'm looking at through their lists, we have a very aggressive lineup from both sides. However, Ranu's third deck is probably the only non-aggressive deck, which is the Soraka Tom Kench. So just going to go quickly through. He's brought Lucian Azir, LeBlanc Ash, and Soraka Tom Kench as his 3 decks, whereas on the side of Bratchkata there is the Elise Spider Burn, Misfortune Gangplank Burn, and Azir Draven Darius face deck. I don't know what to call it.
Azir Draven Darius. That is going to be interesting. We see Elise making a splashback and Pirates. These are decks that were, of course, popular. I think they were the best when just Bilgewater was released and Targon was not around, because now, obviously, even though sometimes you can run Targon healing over, it's not always the case. If they have that one crucial turn in which star shaping is all they need in order to stabilize, then you are running out of resources and you are not feeling in control anymore.
Yeah, and by the way, I haven't seen Ranu actually online yet, so I don't know if this match is actually going to happen. I hope so, because both of these players, by the way, are sitting at 3-1, so they're both still in contention here to actually make it. Ranu turned his stream off offline just a few minutes, like I don't know how long ago, but its stream is not running right now. So maybe he has some internet problems, or maybe he just didn't want to stream anymore.
Yeah. Or maybe he just wants to take his time on a Saturday, chill. That is also an explanation.
It is completely. I mean, we'll just have to wait and see what we get here. Is there anything you specifically want to watch if we can't get this match?
Let's see some games here. Obviously, this is the most delightful match that we can watch. Fresh Lobster is usually a good shot. He never disappoints. Fini would be nice if we could get hands on the game, because he's one of the few Brazilian players that are... Actually, Fini is X and O so far, so it would be interesting to get our hands on that game. But a few people have dropped, so not much more choice that we can get.
Okay, so one sec. Lobster is having, I think, some issues as well on his side. So yeah, just gonna have to chill for a bit, I guess, while we wait to see if we can find anything. Whoever puts a match up first is who we watch, and I'll keep a nice eye on it while I just sit back and relax. It's a nice Sunday. It's Easter Sunday. It's a nice weekend. I'm hoping everyone is enjoying themselves, because especially depending where you are in the world, you probably have a longer weekend like the UK does, where we have a 4-day weekend this week. So we have Friday and Monday off, which gives us a nice long Easter weekend.
Is it because of the Easter, or is it because there's something else going on?
It's just Easter. It's one of the few public holidays. The UK has 7 public holidays. Easter is one of the bigger ones, along with Christmas / New Year's. So
Yeah, so
you got like was it Easter, then Christmas. That's like 4 or 5 days there, and then there's like a few other days. I forget where they are, what the other ones are.
yeah, I think we need to wait a little bit more on our side of the country to get to Easter.
Yeah, I mean Easter's usually just put on the first week of April, I believe. So whatever the first week of April lands on, or is it the first?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the first week of April.
I don't know which religion goes for the first full moon or something like that. Or second full moon. Something of the sorts.
But yeah, if we look at these two aggro lists, I'm assuming if you're Brach Kata, you're just banning Soraka Tom Kench, right? It's a pretty straightforward ban, I think. I don't think there's much else you ban here. Soraka Tom is probably your biggest threat when considering you bought a triple aggro lineup. I mean, you have spiders, which I guess you could hope it gets left up, but I suspect if you're Ranu, you just ban anything with loads of fearsomes in it, right?
Well, he has the Elise deck, and yeah, you probably go for the fearsome simply because you cannot keep up with the if they leave Soraka Tam Kench open and they think that they can just run you over, so you have an easier time against the other decks. But probably Kata, if you expect Ranu to ban that, you just ban the only deck that is properly running healing or potential to heal, and then you are fine.
Yeah, I think Brach Kata is having a problem trying to find Ranu because I don't think he's online. So we might have to just hop it over to someone else. I think Gable will have a match for us hopefully in the next couple of minutes. He has obviously a delay on his stream, so not sure when that will kick in, but hopefully we get something soon and we get to show you guys round 5. This is just the unfortunate thing with running opens, like public community opens. We're a small team of one doing the stream and production. So that like with this sort of stuff, we'd have loads of players that sign up last second, and it's really tough to coordinate a proper live stream with these types of events, especially when you have like a huge number of players around. In general, it's just tough to coordinate it all.
Wouldn't it be just better to close the sign-ins and the deck submissions 1 hour before, sort everything out, and then just kick in smoothly?
It's still a problem because not every player can stream. There's a lot of like ifs and buts for putting out a good broadcast on that sort of end. It's why I think Giant Slate formats work so well, because the 8 people that are in, they all have to stream or provide their cameras, all that sort of stuff. So it's why it does so well. Because you get to have nice focused production on 8 players, and that's it. Huge open events, a little bit more annoying because you're dealing with literally anyone who's signing up. You don't get to have that sort of easy distinction in players, which is why I really want an in-client sort of tournament mode / spectate, because then it doesn't matter what other people's capabilities are and stuff like that. That would save us a lot of issues.
And would save the TOs a lot of issues, because the TOs are under a lot of pressure, and it's usually 100 people asking the same question. And not reading the rules. The rules are there in order to be written. It's not just useless paper or useless text thrown into a document.
Yeah, for sure. And I still don't have a match. Lobster's not in a match. Gable's not in a match.
Nobody's in a match. But everyone has lost the will to fight.
You can watch me. I don't have you. I mean, so what we were doing is we were using Gable to watch it with the delay added onto his stream and watch that. We don't have a delay on this channel, so unless you don't mind me watching it without a delay, then then that's fine. You don't care about the leg. Cool. I always have to ask because I know people have differing opinions on that, whether or not they want to have to deal with the delay and stuff like that, just to be on the safe side.
So what are we watching now?
The person I have to apologize to him. He's actually in chat now. I apologize. I butchered your name a lot earlier. You have now takes on my stream soon. Okay, perfect. That's fine. We can also watch that.
All right. Is it on already, or do we need for the delay to kick off?
I'm gonna hop on to blah blah blah. I'm
Cartonog.
Cartonog. Yeah, there we go. I apologize.
There is this weird tradition in our country. If you butcher someone's names, you need to give them a lamp. I don't know where it came from. It sounds
a
like
lamp.
Yes.
People owe me a lot of lamps. I no one says my name right. Like my actual name. Literally no one. I would have literally millions of lamps at this point.
All right. James is going to start a farm soon enough.
Okay, the spectator's not even working for me, so I'm just going to rely on Gable's stream. That's such a weird tradition. I wish that was the case because no one would say my name correctly.
Wait, you can tell people how to pronounce it correctly, though. You can tell it now so they know.
I mean, I've gotten to the point I don't really care how people pronounce it. I kind of gave up.
Right, no more lambs.
No lambs. They're still saying it wrong. I just don't correct them as much, if at all.
Alright, so we're going to watch not only one game, we're going to watch two games in one. We're going to witness what Fresh Offstar is going to do while having the Lupio versus Nawatix in the background. And if I remember correctly, both are at 3-1.
Yeah, although we can't see half of Nawatix's hand right now.
It's fine. This is where the imagination kicks in, Gems. This is where imagination kicks in. Because the left side of his head is quite expensive, so I wouldn't expect him to play it now unless he has an activator for that Ravenous Flock. We do see the Tri-Beam, which is probably at least 4 in order to remove the free 4. And we got a surprise card for Nawatix.
Yeah, it's all a surprise card.
Yeah, but the suspense now.
It's Swole Squirrel.
Swole Squirrel.
Yes. Yes, that's what I want to see. Swole Squirrel coming down.
But these ignitions are going to do the beats because the Luby, I think, has no healing in his deck. So ignition, the double damage with the ignitions every single turn should put him down fairly easily because the bots are always going to be able to grow. And if the bots are going to be able to grow, they are going to be quite comfortable blockers against a CTA if there's ever one.
This Subdredger is fantastic here, right? You just play it, you cycle a card, gives you a couple of options, more options potentially. You don't have to really commit. Like the Lucian Azir lists, which is what I'm assuming this is, has to commit. Oh, okay, we're just going Farron, fine. Just like slamming Farron down. Hopefully. Anytime soon, there we go.
This Farron doesn't feel that great specifically because I do expect some sort of rally effect. Relentless Pursuit, maybe Golden Aegis, and then what are you doing? Alright, that is a rally 100%.
I mean, even if there is a rally, it doesn't matter. Just Farron blocks everything. Like, it's an 8-8 against Lucian Azir. What do they do outside of Shapestone?
But Ezreal Draven is naturally doing good into decks that rely on the board to do the damage and to kill the opponent, because they just have so much removal that they're going to feel comfortable into any board-centric deck. And the best board-centric deck was Shen Fiora until lately, and that matchup, Ezreal could just slap them.
Yeah, this is just an easy block, right? From now, it doesn't really matter too much. As long as you remove as much of this board as you can, you're fine. You don't really care about your board being removed, like your resources going. And this Ranger's Resolve doesn't really achieve much outside. Okay, so we see a riposte. But again, you have a huge problem of just static shot coming down.
Yeah, and that is going to mean that every single unit besides this 2-1 is going to get removed on Delubio's side. And I do not know if they can be able to come back here, because they only have one blocker, they do not have any more resources, and your opponent has the means to finish the game, especially because this Ezreal with Ignitions, with every single spell here, you can even go for these thermal beams and it's going to be fine. And Nautix comfortably wins the first game.
Yeah, just Dravenez into Lucius. Yeah, like that deck is super difficult to get off the board against Lucian, against a Dravenez, because they have cards like Mystic, they have Thermos, whatever. Azir never gets to live, Lucian never gets to live, and without those two key cards, it's very difficult for you to put the pressure down.
And I'm really considering why this deck is so powerful, and it's because of the Ignitions that simply supply the Ezreal with a lot of fuel, because back in the days when Ezreal Karma or Ezreal Draven, the old versions, were dominant, you needed to be very careful on how you spend your damage that is also able to go to face. You were facing games where one Get Excited that was placed on a unit instead of face might have spelled the end of the game because you didn't have enough burn to finish it. And now with Ballistic Bot, that issue is over, and now with Captain Pharaon and Decimates, it's even easier.
No match in my stream anymore doesn't work. Oh, sad. That is, yeah, I found that when you get this bug where you rewatch the match, you just can't spectate anymore. So that what you saw there was just the end of the last match that we saw again, which is just unfortunate. Do we have anything else that we can watch? Okay,
I mean, they can just restart the client.
They said in chat they don't have any. They don't have a match on their stream anymore. So we're gonna cut over to Fresh Lobster, because thankfully he streams.
And we do appreciate people that help us with the streams, but it's not looking really great for him because there's a lot of damage coming down to his face. There's a lot of spiders that have been buffed, and there's also Stygian Onlooker. There is no fearsome blocker whatsoever, and all the units besides the Zoe are at 0 attack, so you cannot really do much. You can just go for Mystic Shots, for Get Excited in order to try and remove one of the units, and that's basically it. You might even need to block with this 0-3 in order to relieve some of the pressure on you. Even use the Ignition because you do not know when you're going to use one more. Maybe use it paired with the Get Excited.
Yeah, the question is, what do we Mystic Shot? Do we go for the Skitterer, or do we go for the full one, right? Do we go for the Stygian Onlooker?
I think you want to go for the Skitterer simply because it's going to mean less damage on your face over time, while Mystic Shotting the Stygian Onlooker is fine this turn because you relieve pressure of the 5 attacker. That is going to become a 2-1, so you kinda lose the damage. So in a vacuum, 3-2 is the best target here.
Well, you can remove the Skitter on the next 2 turns anyway, so it really does depend on what you consider to be a bigger threat. We have Fangs plus Star Shaping, which is most likely going to be Lobster's next 2 turns, is to try and stabilize that way, and then maybe play the Meteor Shower later on if we can.
I think we can already say that he is stable because his opponent only has 2 cards. He has a 3-2 that cannot block, and the other units aren't really great as of attackers. Sure, Lobster is on 9, but I don't think he is under any threat. He needs, however, to play these Fangs in order to regain some HP on his side. What is he afraid now might be decimated further. And in that case, he has an answer in the Get Excited.
Yeah, so the options there from Lobster he was really looking for was the Challenger, right? The Serpent. 0 mana, just to remove a unit. Right now, it's a little bit of an awkward turn. I mean, luckily he's got Star Shaping if we need to. But this could... Ooh, that is huge. That is huge. That removes the 3 healing. And also allows Stefano to push a little bit more damage on the next attack.
And you need to use this Ignition because you do want a blocker, I think, against Elise, so she doesn't generate even more pressure on you. You want to use the Get Excited to relieve some pressure, and you might even be forced to go for the 3-2 that is not going to be able to block most of the time, I think.
I mean, you're blocking a 3 damage either way, so you're fine blocking the 3-2 instead of Elise. Elise only blocks 2 damage.
Or you can just switch priorities and go for block on the 3-2, go Get Excited on the Elise or on the Skitterer, and then you're technically better, but I think you do need to play this bot just to have another blocker and not fall to the pressure that Stefano is currently putting on Lobster's back.
It's a huge amount of pressure because you can play some Dredger on Ignition, right? And then you still have Moonsilver to buff up the Ballistic Bot as a created card. So you can block the 3-2s. You can block... You're still taking 6 damage or 7 damage potentially. So you have to then Get Excited, right?
It's looking really tough for Lobster here, but it's also going to be really tough for Stefano if Lobster is going to be able to live, because next turn he can go to a Star Shaping, get back to a comfortable amount of HP, and unless there are some burn options into Stefano's hand, Lobster might just be able to get it back.
Oh, okay. That's a problem, because I don't think Lobster has an answer to that. Stygian Onlooker right now. He has to use Meteor Shower now, right? So you can get rid of Elise and Stygian. Actually, that's actually pretty good. I didn't think... Yeah, that's actually pretty good. That's a lot of damage gone.
That's a lot of damage gone, and now with only 3 attackers and potentially just 3 damage that is going to pass on to Lobster, he managed to stabilize. He can play the Star Shaping next turn, find his Incon in the Invokes from the Star Shaping, and we already know what you are searching for. You are searching for Destroyers, for Immortal Fires, for Great Beyond. Even a Scourge could do.
No, I think you just need Sisters, right? The Gold and Silver Sisters, and then that's pretty much it.
He can also find some more blockers with the Zoe, because he can invoke and get to something like a Charger that is a 4/1, can block Fearsomes. Even a dog at this point, the Messenger is going to be useful.
Yeah, and we don't even need to play the Star Shaping just yet. There's Serpent, there's Charger, which is fantastic. Blocker against Fearsome. Pretty much any of them work.
I think you want Charger simply because you cannot afford taking so much more damage. You can technically because you have the Star Shaping, but you do not want to give your opponent outs that they normally wouldn't have.
This Zoe is actually going to level up very, very quickly. You just play Vi here, and you're fine. Yeah, exactly.
You can even use... Go ahead.
Oh yeah, you play Vi, you got Get Excited on the Ignition as well. And you're sitting quite comfortably if you are Fresh Lobster. There we go, and the concede comes down.
And I think this might be the first game, I would say. And let's see what the scores are.
I think it is the first game. I think they started quite late in this round. Even though we had a bit of a delay, yeah, it's 1-0 to Fresh Lobster. Which means he has, I think, I'm not sure actually how many decks he has left.
Let's see if there's the Jarvan Aurelion Sol, the Jarvan Aurelion Sol Garen left up for him. He has been having quite the success with that list currently, so people might think, all right, it's weird, it plays Jarvan, it cannot be good, and then they get stoned because Jarvan is allowed there some breathing room. It's not that important as in a mid-range deck where you need to put the pressure on, because you do have resources.
We got a question in chat for you, Passman.
Yes?
From Key. He's asking, are you sitting on your sofa?
No, I am sitting on my chair, but in the background I do have my bed, which is also a sofa.
There you go. And now we're into the second match here between Fresh Lobster and Stefano, and it is that Invoke / Targon Demacia list here from Fresh Lobster. You mentioned it before. He's been having pretty good success with it, but overall, I feel like this list just doesn't necessarily. I feel like it still needs a little bit more refinement, right?
I think if the list is going to get more refinement, we are going to give up on one of the champions, because you cannot play the 2-2 split. Maybe in tournaments you might get away with it, but on ladder I think you just need to pick 3 solid champions or a 3-1 split for the champions.
Yeah, we have a pretty good start here. Stefano, I'm assuming this is... I didn't check what the deck list was. Let me try to find what he's actually playing.
But so far, yes, he has a pretty nice hand. They might even decide to go for the discard on the Tethered Banner. They decide to go for the discard on the Aurelion Soul, and it is understandable, because until turn it's not going to do much for you. It's just a card that's going to be bricked in your hand. And now he has Equinox, Moonglow, and Trickster presenting here. Trickster is going to help him just push some consistent damage while having a good blocker. Equinox usually counters a lot of buffs, and Moonglow nonetheless just helps your unit survive even more. If you put something like a Moonglow on a Garen, I think it's going to be problematic for your opponent, or even on a Jarvan 4, because it's going to award them with more survivability.
Yeah, I don't mind Equinox against this. There's a number of good targets in Stefano's list, because this is a Nightfall, I believe. It's Diana Nocturne. So you got like Crescent Guardians, Lunari's Shadestalkers and stuff. You could just silence when they come down.
And I think the pickup of Garen is massive here, because it's going to be able to challenge every single unit in the deck that Stefano is playing. It's only Nocturne that is problematic, because it can straight up trade with the Jarvan if there is no combat trick involved. Outside of that, every single unit should die, or should at least take some resources from Stefano in order to deal with this Garen when it's going to come down on the board.
Yeah, the only thing I'm worried about for Fresh Lobster is those big explosive turns that Nightfall can be known for, where they just play like they go like Nocturne, Stygian type of turns, where they just go fully wide on one big massive attack, and then I feel like Lobster's deck will have a little bit of problem removing all of it.
But the start for Stefano wasn't really great, right? Because he didn't play any unit until turn 3, so he needs to have some sort of just Nightfall hand, and he is bricked, so he wants an activator. We have seen Stalking Shadows being played, so we can expect a Nightfall unit to come down on the board now and try to recuperate some of the tempo that was lost, maybe something like a Diana. And Lobster here doesn't really need to do anything. It's an aggro deck, it's not developing, it's good for you who we are trying to control the board.
Yeah, he really doesn't need to commit anything, just has to threaten cards, right? This is the thing. Lobster just has to like pretend he has cards, and that will stop most of what Stefano will try to do.
And I feel like Lobster can still quite comfortably bluff here, something like a Pell Cascade. Maybe Stefano has another Pell Cascade themselves, but even in that situation, he doesn't even risk it. He goes for the clear kill on the 1-1. And now I think this is going to enable Lobster to play the Tethered Banner into the Honor Lord, and then next turn try to challenge the 2-2 Diana.
Yeah, I'm just looking through. There are nothing to really stop that attack. either. And Meteor Shower's also huge here. Warrior's great. Both are really fantastic options here for Fresh Lobster in terms of removal options. Meteor Shower can potentially remove 2. Same with Warrior. They both come down. Well, the thing is, Meteor Shower could come down next turn, whereas the Warrior can't. It's kind of like the one consideration here.
Definitely. And Meteor Shower does the same job as the Falling Comet here, and some extra, because you can kill units that 1 HP, and they do run cards that we mentioned before, the Stygian Onlooker, so you take 2 at the price of 1, and it's overall a good trade for you in terms of resources.
Yeah, and there's only usually 1 card as well in the deck that can protect it, and it is Pale, and there's only 3 Pales, so it's like, if they end up using a Pale Cascade to do that, it's because either A, they're in a good enough position to get a really strong attack, or B, they just want to try and keep their board alive, which doesn't really happen often. I think the bug is not fixed with the restart, so I think in round 6 I cannot show you a match, but I'll tell you if it's working. Okay, no problem. Thank you, Gable. Yeah, that's the problem. I think that happens to me all the time, and I can just never spectate anymore.
And in this situation, you mentioned there's only 3 Pale Cascades, but with Diana on the board, the number of Pale Cascades might increase because all the Dianas in the hand are going to be transformed into a Pale Cascade. So you could, in theory, at least have a crazy round where you have triple Pale Cascade.
Yeah, but it's super unlikely. And this attack from Lobster just basically screams he wants to get down this Meteor Shower as opposed to the Tattered Lord, right?
Yeah, you do want to keep it even more in your hand. You mentioned it before. They just need to threaten that they have answers to whatever the development for the aggro deck here is going to be. They do have those answers. Fortunately, they do have the Meteor Shower in order to kill an option whenever it is going to come down, and an Honored Lord with the combo of the Tethered Banner in order to remove another unit that is sitting at 2+ HP. In this consideration, you can remove the Diana just to make sure it's not problematic in the future.
Oh, that's a huge card. Solari Sunforger is fantastic for Lobster. Doesn't have to necessarily play it in the next couple of turns. Life total still at a pretty comfortable amount. Yes, that can all change quite quickly, but Lobster's a pretty solid position here. He's got answers to a lot of cards that Stefano might try to play out this turn. He's got the Certis Strike if you have to do something very quickly, or if like a Nocturne comes down. We have Meteor Shower again, will deal a lot of the similar cards, and we've got the Warrior, which just trades fantastically into the entire board.
And I love all the passes that Lobster has done so far, because he wasn't really pressured. The opponent couldn't really do it because they didn't have a turn 1 card, they didn't have a turn 2 card that could be able to put some damage on their Nexus. And on turn 5, sitting at 18 HP is quite comfortable for Lobster here.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we see the Meteor Shower come down now. The problem with it is a Pale Cascade could actually end up being an issue depending on the target. So like, let's say we go for Diana plus Stygian. If the Pale comes down on the Stygian, that's 5 damage you're now going to be taking, which I'm not sure if Lobster wants to try and risk that.
Alternatively, they can just go for another blocker if we are Lobster here, of course, and just go for the Solaris Sunforger. We are already at a comfortable total, so it might not do much for us, but he is committing and playing into the potential Pale Cascade. Let's see if the opponent actually has it, or they just fold 2 units to Lobster's Meteor Shower.
Yeah, there's the Pale. Which actually levels up this Diana. What will be interesting to see, was that Pale that was played on the stack of Diana's Pale, or was it just...
It wasn't a Diana spell, simply because we didn't see a Diana shuffled into the deck.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot they have that animation. But
that's actually very helpful for casters. Now you do see the animation, so you can make the distinction between a normal Pale and the one from a champion.
Yeah, the question now is if Lobster just plays down Honored Lord as a blocker. I think we do. We just don't want to take this 5 damage from the Stygian.
or you might just take favorable blocks here. Is 5 damage that much for Lobster? That is the consideration that he needs to ask himself. He has the Solaris Sunforger, and I do not think there is an answer in Stefano's deck that can prevent the healing.
No, there's nothing. There's no Unspeakable Horrors. It's just Pale Cascades, Stalking Shadows, and Unto Dusk. Those are the only spells. So there are 3 Mounted Goats, so if they get a gem, I guess, they could buff a unit up to 4 to just block it. And that's about it.
Yeah,
but they still get the heal.
They are blocking the unit. Yeah. Lobster is still going to get the healing off and sit back at a comfortable HP amount.
Yeah, you can see Lobster thinking whether or not he wants to keep the Priestess alive. I don't mind throwing it away. It doesn't really achieve too much anyway later on. You're going to play a Sunforger anyway, maybe play Garen. And maybe we even go Sunforger with the Tattered Banner.
Or maybe we do not even need to make the choice because we can go Tattered Banner into the Solaris Sunforger next turn, and the turn after we can just put the Tattered Banner and the Challenger onto the Garen, and then Garen, being a regenerator, is going to get the HP back after every single round end.
I mean, we could also just do that this turn, right? We have a second Pertinent Squire in hand. This Lobster, again, is just spoiled for choice, right? We're talking about the lines here. He has a number of different lines here. Pertinent Squire here is fantastic. It's low committal. It blocks one of the 2 units on the board from Stefano currently. Doesn't need to really force too much just yet. Yeah, we can just play Warrior, start chipping away.
And the Warrior essentially does what Garen with a Tattered Banner would do. The only issue for the Warrior is that it doesn't have regen, but it can remove units at 5 mana, not at 6 mana, as it is usually intended. We do see the Nocturne coming down, so we might just want to clear it out when we see it.
Yes, however you lose the Warrior. What Lobster was really hoping for was like a 2-for-1 trade with it. To get 2 blocks here. The other option is Nocturne's 3 or 4 stacks, I believe.
If it is even free now, one attack with both Nocturne and the free one, Doombeast is going to level the Nocturne regardless. We only have 1 blocker in the form of the Warrior, so we might just consider dragging the Nocturne now in order to prevent some of the attacks.
Yeah, the other option is you can see what Lobster's thinking is, okay, it's not going to level up just yet. I can remove a Nightfall unit, so that will stop it, and it will force Stefano to maybe develop another Nightfall unit on the next turn. He keeps clicking so quickly, I don't see what the stacks are. In this situation, it seems like we're going to head off with a huge attack in this situation and a Nightfall card that's going to be procced because we do not play the 1-mana Solaris Soldier for no reason. We also want to try to proc Nightfall and try to get an attack and level the Nocturne. We can drag this 5-2 away with any of our other cards, and then Nocturne leveling is going to mean that every single unit that we have on the board is going to be fearsome. Nothing that is under free attack is going to be able to block. Yeah, the thing is, Lobster could just concert a strike here and it's completely fine, right?
Another reason for this concerted strike might be that Stefano might be playing an Atrocity, and then you do not want to take that much damage. Concerted strike is going to
There's no Atrocities. It's literally just Unto Dusk, Stalking Shadows, Pale Cascades. Like, those are literally the only spells.
Double Unspeakable Horror.
Those are other Nocturnes. those are. He had 2 more Nocturnes in hand. That's a huge punish. Lobster just didn't play around. You can see him laughing. He just didn't play around the triple Nocturne in hand from Stefano. Which, I mean, I don't think he could have, but what were the odds? That's just huge for Stefano. That's exactly what Yeah, you can see on Lobster's face, he's like, he knows he can't really have played around that there, because you just don't think about the Nocturne spell, let alone two of them.
And what this also means is that Stefano is going to get ever closer to Doom Beast, because Unspeakable Horror is also on Nightfall proc going to give him Nightfall cards. He can expect the Doom Beast to just come off and finish the game.
Yeah, so this screams like we're going to go Sunforger this time, right? I don't think we can afford to really play much else. The only problem I have with Sunforger, obviously, is you can't play Tattered Banner because then you don't get the Daybreak. A little bit anti-synergistic because you really want that challenger on it, right? You want the challenger on it just so you can pull off this Nocturne off the board.
We might just go for the Solaris or Sunforger and just take the hit. One of the two, or the two one is going to block, or you just leave the Solaris Sunforger unchecked. You keep your board presence there. If you are Stefano, you develop even more, and then next turn go for a wide attack.
Yeah, now we're going for the Jarvan attack instead to remove Nocturne. Yeah, the only problems here, obviously, now from Fresh Lobster's side is if there's any Doom Beasts available here, that could just spell the game, or even just Doom Beast and Unto Dusk.
There only has to be one Doom Beast. We do see the Dusk Battle. We do see one of the Doom Beasts that is from the top of the deck. So let's see if it's either Unto Dusk or if it is another Doom Beast. Whatever it is, Lobster cannot play around it. He doesn't have any guiding touches.
Yeah, there's literally no way, and there it is. What a fantastic turn there from Stefano, taking this match here and equalizing the score against Fresh Lobster to 1 apiece now. That turn with the Unspeakable Horrors, man, that was fantastic. And I don't even fault Lobster for not even thinking or playing around that, because the odds of them having a Nocturne on board plus 2 more in hand, just so you can get Unspeakable Horrors, because there are no Unspeakable Horrors in the deck. That is the only way. So it's very, very low odds. So I feel like he was correct in that Concerted Strike line. It was just unfortunate that occurred to him.
Well, at the end of the day, we're in a card game, and some naughty hands can happen, and we've seen it last game from Stefano, who managed to tie the game and at 1-1, and now are going to witness probably the final game very shortly.
Okay, so Lobster's instantly, by the way, I'm watching the stream, he's instantly gone to the hypergeometric calculator to see the odds of having all 3 of a card.
That is very unfortunate. Sometimes they happen. He still has 1 more game, and so far this Jarvan Aurelion Sol Garen deck didn't disappoint and didn't pick up any loss. I think actually he only picked 1 loss, but we didn't see that, so we can say it didn't happen.
So now that leaves us with this Aurelion Sol list from Lobster up against Stefano's third list. Do you have any idea what his third list could be? I haven't had a chance to actually look through his list.
Let me quickly check Stefano's last list.
There we go. And it is Spiderburn, I think.
Yes, it is Spiderborn.
Oh yeah, we saw it earlier. Yeah, we saw it earlier.
Yeah, we saw it earlier, and we have seen quite a lot of Spiderburn from most players. Who do you reckon is favored in this matchup?
Honestly, I don't dislike Spiderburn's chances, especially pre-turn 4, right? This deck from Lobster, his early game is Spacey Sketches, Pertinent Squires, and Honored Lord. So if Lobster doesn't get access to those cards, he might be in a little bit of trouble. And this hand, although it's fantastic once we hit turn 4, if Stefano has a strong early game here, that could be enough damage to put Lobster on such a huge back foot.
And even if you hit turn 4, you might even not have the luxury to have a single combat to get some more HP. And here it is, the 1-drop that does 3 damage. It is the Legion Saboteur. And you mentioned the Nutty Hand. I think this is the start of a Nutty Hand from Stefano.
Oh yeah, as long as there's an Elise here from Stefano, this is going to be a fantastic opening. Lobster really, like as I said, can't really do anything until turn 4. There's the Elise. And if you're Stefano, coming up into turn 3, you just go wide, right? You still keep developing. If you have Skitterer or whatever, you just keep playing. Lobster has not played anything for the first 2 or 3 turns, which means they don't really have an Honored Lord, they don't have Spacey, they don't have Pertinent Squire. The only 3 drop they realistically have is a Stellari Priestess, which again, completely fine if you're going to play more fearsome units.
Oh, the Brothers Bond is going to spell huge disaster for Lobster. That is going to be 10 damage on this turn, just from these units and from the burn that is going to be provided from the Legion Saboteur. And at this point, you need to play the Star Shaping to try and stay alive.
Yeah, none of these cards are fantastic. I mean, you get destroyers, whatever. I mean, Lobster, again, realistically, just going to go Sunforger into Sunforger, if possible, and potentially just attack with it to get the lifesteal.
But if you go Sunforger, it's going to be blocked by a 1-mana 4/1. Well,
it's fine, right? You just care about... You just want the heal. At this point in Lobster's hand, you just want the heal. Oh man, that's huge. That is... Arachnoid Sentry coming down here denies all this heal and sets up such a huge open attack here for Stefano.
It's levels, so that means the 1/1 is going to be able to drag this 5/4. There's no judgment from Lobster, and you can already see his face.
I did say this is how this match could have gone looking at Lobster's hand, and oh my, that's just it, right? You can single combat, actually. Lobster can single combat.
But if he single combats, he's going to see an Auction Forward.
Potentially, yeah. But he doesn't have a choice, right?
Even the Auction Forward might not matter if your opponent has a Decimate. Like, he has 2 outs currently. Doom Beast is probably going to be enough as well, because we currently see Fresh Lobster at -6. If he goes for the single combat, it's going to be on 2 HP. A Doom Beast might be enough if you have a proc. Like, there are so many outs for Stefano here. Wait, he goes for the Concerted.
It doesn't matter, right? No matter what Lobster chooses, I think the outcome's pretty much the same. He doesn't have a choice, right? He has to either Concerted or single. The reason I think he's going Concerted is he wants to go Sunforger plus single next turn, potentially.
But that also tells your opponent, alright, I do not have any other option. Be free to do whatever you want with your mana, with your units. I do not have any more cards.
Decimate? Yeah, there it is. Very, very quick game. Lobster's hand just unfortunately wasn't cut out to survive here against Stefano's, and that put Lobster, I believe, at a 3-2 score here going up into round 6. Unfortunately, that is a bit unfortunate. That's just how it is sometimes, right? Card games, you have a bad starting hand. I mean, Lobster, it looked like it would be fantastic if he can get to turn 4 and 5 comfortably, but didn't have the Pertinent Squire, which would have been huge. Didn't have pretty much any of his one or two drops, which would have been, I think, key for him being able to stabilize here in post turn 4 and 5, where you can try to get maybe a Radiant down, try to get the Solari Sunforgers down.
Yeah, and you mentioned in the beginning when you first saw the list from Roxer that this list should be fine into aggro because it has so many great stabilization tools. But as you mentioned now, if you do not do them on the perfect turns, if you do not have at least one of them on turn 1 or turn 2, something that you can represent so the opponent cannot attack mindlessly, and your opponent has the absolute nuts, like every single turn they use their mana in order to summon units. Lobster didn't have anything under turn 4, and even on turn 4, the stun on the Sunforger was cruel and hopeless for him.
Yeah, and just it was such a huge heads-up play from Stefano. Just play Brothers Bond and attack, right? Just for 10 damage. Because you're recognizing, okay, he's not playing anything. If I develop something, that gives him an opportunity. I'm just going to play Brothers Bond and swing for 10. And this puts so much pressure down.
And I also want to mention that on Stefano's deck, Brothers Bond is a 2-of same for the Arachnid Sentry.
Yeah, so less likely to have it, but still pretty good odds overall. And I think that is our last match here of round number 5. So again, once again, thanks for everyone who has been tuning in. It's been a lot of fun casting. A tournament I haven't had a chance to cast yet, Invite Gaming. They've been it's been running pretty well. From what I've seen, everything's been running pretty smoothly. So definitely want to keep an eye on for future events. Should they try to expand into bigger events, hopefully in the future is what I want to see, if that's possible. We're going to be back for round 6 in just a couple more minutes, so don't go anywhere. We're going to hop to another short break. See you guys in a few. And we are back. We were going to watch, hopefully, I was trying to watch Jotaro Kujo versus Radu, but I don't think Radu's around. So we're actually going to be hopping into Brach Kata up against Delubio, if possible, in just a couple of seconds, so bear with me. There we go. And they're already in game. So this is the final round 6. Most of these players need to get a win here to guarantee their spot, and they haven't got it guaranteed yet. I think the only few that have are 5-0s.
But here it's interesting because if the system works as intended, picking a round loss late is going to be favorable for you. Of course, you do want to win it, but if you are picking up a loss, you should be in front of each one that is going to get to X2 if you are X1 now.
Hey, welcome, Mav. You're tuning in right near the end of the tournament. By the way, we're now doing round 6. Hope you're having a great day too. It's been a lot of fun. It's probably one of my more energetic casts that I've had for a while. I've been quite tired recently. But now, yeah, we're watching Brach Kata against Delubio. And this is looking like a fantastic attack here from Brach Kata. Delubio just knows. He's just like, okay. And no Lucian either. Oh, man. Is Delubio running Quinn? Is he the guy running Quinn or Lucian? I'm trying to remember. There was a person running Quinn.
He is running Azir, so I would say he is running also the...
No, but there was a person running Azir. No, there was a player running Azir Quinn, remember?
Yeah. I do not think it's Delubio here, but... Back to the game, the hand on Brach Kata is pretty nasty because he can go for the Arachnoid Horror, and then next turn he can just go for the... he can simply go for the Skitterer and just swing wide, and the opponent is not going to be able to do anything, and on top of that, Noxian Forward there to finish the game.
Yeah, so Delubio is the one running Quinn, by the way. I was correct.
Does it matter?
It does, because if he had a Lucian there, that would have been huge.
I want to say in this game, I do not feel like it matters anymore, and he needs to invest this he needs to invest this scout in order to clear one of the free twos, and that is just going to give Brach Kata the space he wants in order to develop this Skitterer next turn.
Yeah, and that's probably just gonna spell the end of this match, to be honest. You remove the 2 fit. I mean, if you're Black Delubio, you have to remove the 2 fearsomes here with these fleet feathers. You can't afford to not remove them.
Yeah, and Brach Kata at 1 when he cannot have any answer that can save them, no matter how hard he wants to try. The Azir levels though, and that is going to be able to buff it every single time from now onwards whenever another unit is going to get summoned from the hand, summoned due to the effects of the Emperor's Days, so on and so forth. And this Skitterer now, it's not going to do the beats, I think, anymore, simply because there are no more spiders with fearsome.
Yes. And there's also the thing we do need to know is now this Azir can actually block fearsomes, as you said. I think double fervor not going to be enough.
Maybe just it's not going to be enough for this turn, but in the next turn it might be just what they need.
I mean, it looked like a fantastic start for Brach Kata, but Delubio is actually stabilized a little now, right? He's got Quinn down on the board. He's going to get another scout attack. Can even block pretty much all the fearsome options here. This is actually Skitterer last turn. Yeah, he could have potentially Apollo. I'm trying to think. Could he have done? Yeah, he could have potentially.
But right now, in this battle of attrition, I think Brach Kata is more favored simply because he has the direct burn at his disposal. What Delubio is relying on is doing damage with the Sand Soldiers and getting some extra damage on his part. But now Brach Kata can block some of the Sand Soldiers, send a few fervors on Delubio's way and play some Doom Beasts. And if he's finding himself something like a Decimate, it might spell the end of the game.
Well, I think that's what we're going for, right? We're trying to get as much blocks here as possible. try to set up these fervors. There shouldn't be anything in the list here. Let me double check to stop fervors at all. Where is it? I had it open.
Wait a second. We just witnessed a sharp side being played on the 2-1 Valor that put it at 4-3, but it still dies from the skitterer.
No, so the top cut will be played. It will start next week at 11 a.m. CET, so Central European time. It will be a double limb, and players will be allowed to change their deck lists. The organizers weren't expecting the level signups we had this week. It was originally, I believe, meant to be a one-day tournament.
Yeah, I do think so. But now Brechet Kata needs to block with pretty much everything if he wants to stay alive. And if there is some form of rally effect, he just might straight up lose this turn. And we do see Delubio keeping that 4-mana open, so I would expect something like the Golden Aegis to come down. Unfortunately, there is none.
He should have fervored last turn. Oh man, if we saw the fervor last turn, that would have been it, right?
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Brechet not believing in the heart of the cards there to draw Decimate. He was one. Oh, he was one short. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, okay. Could he have played it though? That's just actually unfortunate.
Actually, yeah, he couldn't have played it because he wouldn't have had a blocker anymore.
Yeah, instead of Doom Beast, yeah. Instead of Doom Beast, yeah, and would that have been enough? He could have kept a unit alive. I'm trying to think, was there a line there for him?
I mean, after a first few turns in which he just went aura in order to be in accordance to my co-caster here, which is not James anymore. It's Jotaro Kujo, of course. Here, how are you doing?
I'm just happy about part 6, and I just saw a player in the tournament called Jotaro, so I was like, let me grab my hat. I just. For the guys don't know, part 6 literally just got announced like a couple hours ago.
Do you have a full costume or just the hat?
just literally just that.
Boo. And then again, Brechet Kata seems to have a nasty hand once more. Let's see if he's going to be allowed to play this as fast as possible as he wants. I do think that the overwhelm deck should fall to so much pressure so early on, and Brechet Kata definitely has the draws.
Yeah, again, pretty solid start here. The question is, what do we want to play? We can just play Stygian. I don't mind this. Triggers the Rockhopper landmark that comes out.
Yeah, you can double develop this turn. Wait, do you want to sacrifice your Legion Saboteur? It seems so. Maybe he values more the damage that he can put out with the Stygian Onlooker, but I think coming next turns, Delubio could simply just put a blocker on the board that is going to be able to block the 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of options here that could have come out from Delubio. The one was another Rockhopper, and the other one was, I believe, just like a Trapper. Both of which are okay. I mean, Brechet's hand is okay right now. He's got another fearsome attacker on the following turn, but the problem is obviously it's getting to turn 5, which is where Delubio will try to stabilize a little bit more. These decimates are huge though, right? That's 8 damage right in here, and there's number 1.
That's the thing though, that Delubio can only play 1 card at most these turns, and if Brechet Kata manages to deal in the damage that he needs here, he has the fervor right now, he hits with the other 2 units, and Decimate should be able to seal the deal if there is no freeze, and if Delubio doesn't believe that there is going to be double Decimate.
Yeah, is there I mean, that's 1 damage now. Oh, that's not good. That's not close. But luckily, you can just play Decimate still this turn, and then you got Doom Beast. As long as you can get a combo somehow with Doom Beast, you might be okay.
You just need a 1-drop in this situation, right? Something like a Stygian Unlocker, Spells Disaster, because Delubia doesn't run any healing in his deck. So this game might be pretty fast.
The 7 mana, so you're not actually worried yet about what was it?
Ruin Runner?
Yeah, No, not Ruin Runner. I'm forgetting card names today. What is happening to me? It's cards I see. Battle Fury.
Oh, 7 mana. Oh, right,
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah,
with 1 mana available, there's nothing that's going to happen. Even with something like Shaped Stone, there's not going to be enough. And Decimated this turn is going to spell the end of this game. And we witnessed a pretty quick game 1, game 2, and we're heading into the game 3 of this round. Breshkata against Delubio, pretty fast games. Let's see which pile of aggro is going to be the best pile of aggro.
Well, aggro matchups can be either super quick or actually kind of long. So it's usually sometimes quick where both players, one player just curves out a bit better than the other. Then there's the side where both players kind of curve out well and they end up both running out of cards in their hand and they both go into top deck mode. And I've seen that happen. That happens a lot to some aggro matchups where they just trade off a lot, and then it goes into top deck mode, and whoever can get the more value. But it depends on the decks, obviously. In this case, I feel like if we do get to that stage, the Sejuani Overwhelm list should be better.
But this looks like a great curve for Breshkata. He has a 2 and a 3. He only misses the 1-drop in order to be fine. Does he get it? He gets it perfectly on curve, so he can start attacking. The only issue on his side is he's not attacking on 1, so he can do the free damage unblocked.
Yeah, the thing is that if they don't have a 1-drop, they usually tend to only have the only 2 drops they have are Rock Hoppers, right, or Ruthless Raiders. So this is actually completely fine to develop House Spider. You still push the 2 damage either way. Okay. So this is a little bit of a punish here where we get to keep the 2 cost alive here on the side of Delubia, but it helps, right? The Ruthless Raiders survive, and this is the counter attack essentially from Delubia here.
And I do think, while there felt a little bit bad for Breshkata to have his unit removed while the Ruthless Raider survived, that was a Shapestone that wasn't procced with a landmark, and that was a Shapestone used defensively. So that means less problems in terms of damage that's going to be dealt to him through that mechanic.
I still think it's honestly completely fine because the Delubia at this point, the later it goes, he has more valuable units being played, right? So just needs to survive these early stuff, keep these units at this point in the game alive. The pass there from Delubia really leads me to believe that there is potentially a Troll Chant in hand. Didn't want to attack, maybe wanted to float some mana for the next turn to try and keep these Ruthless Raiders alive a little bit longer while defending the attack from Breshkata.
And I think Breshkata might just want to signal he has vision. Does he play any vision in his deck is the important question.
I can grab his list. I don't think he did. Where is his list? I thought I had his list up. No, don't have his list up.
Delubia here deciding to take the whole damage, even if he might have had the Troll Chant. He decides to not invest it in this situation, and he is dropping to 12 HP. He is going to essentially, I think, drop to 6 because this for Noxian Forwards are not going to get counted by any mean.
Let me double check what he's brought. And he's got Ruinous Path, Fervor, and Decimate are the only spells. And this hand is not fantastic from Breshkata. If we see double Yeti on this turn from Delubio, I struggle to see how Breshkata can turn this around comfortably.
That is unfortunately for him. He does get the removal onto the Draven though, and at this point I think you just might want to use your Noxian Forward because
you take
the overall might not feel relevant at this point.
The other option, yeah, you don't really have another option, right? You can hit okay, maybe get another axe. None of that feels fantastic. You might just be on the Decimate / Fervor plan again. which again will work because Delubio's deck list does not run any sort of interaction in that sense to stop it.
Next turn, Pratchett Kata is going to be able to push 1, a maximum of 2, I think, if we're not going to see a Troll Chant coming down on the 1/1 that is not going to be unblocked. Because at this point, you're trying to minimize the damage. If you're Delubio, you're trying to salvage what you're left of, and that way you might want to go for the Troll Chant in order to not take any more damage and feel sad about losing to Fervor or double Fervor.
Yeah, so you just push 2. It's not ideal. Do we even axe? I think we do, right? Push an extra 1.
You do need to push the extra 1, but if your opponent Troll Chance at any point, you are going to feel very sad. You cannot play however around that. You just need to go for this and pray that it sticks to the board. There is no Troll Chant whatsoever, so we're relying at this point on the last Fervor or on Decimate and Fervor.
Yeah, and the good part obviously is that there is no interaction to stop the fervors, so Bratchkata doesn't actually have to hope, right? Doesn't have to like really play around anything. He just rip the double fervor if he gets it, or rip the decimates.
Ruin Runner, unfortunately, I don't think is going to be enough in this situation, because you just block comfortably with a 5/5.
At least there's no Battle Fury, because that open attack would have been scary with the Battle Fury.
Yeah, Battle Fury could have spelled disaster and the end of the game for Pratchett Kata here. I don't think he could have come back from that situation. Nocturne Forward wouldn't have dealt the little damage. Ruin Runner now is a decent blocker, but outside of that, that's it. He might want to play around another Sand Spinner, and that's why he might not want to develop this Ruin Runner.
Well, yeah, right now his life total is actually kind of safe, so you doesn't need to necessarily commit it. He can block 10 damage currently. The exhaust would be a problem because that will pull. You can pull with the Yeti exhaust plus another Ruthless Predator, or double exhaust would also spell a little bit of trouble here, because then
I mean, he is already problematic. He is already problematic because there is vulnerable on the Bakai Sand Spinner. The opponent just needs another card that can give vulnerable, and it should be sorted.
Yeah, so maybe Bratchkata is thinking, do I risk a second like exhaust or like an exhaust or a Ruthless Predator here? Yeah, I think you're right, Sen. I think he is forced to develop because there's too many cards here, or there's enough cards to worry about here to for Bratchkata to actually survive.
Even another Bakai Sand Spinner is not going to feel great, because it's going to let the opponent drag the 6/4 as well and just leave you with a tiny spider to block. You can even drag with the Omen Hawk in order to minimize the damage on your side.
There's no sisters in Delubio's list. It's just Ruthless Raiders, Troll Trance, Battle Furies, and Exhausts. So none of that to worry about.
But it's essentially going to be just this overwhelm unit that is going to help Wretched Kata push the damage if he can. If this Ruin Runner is not going to be able to connect, which is most likely not going to happen because he is forced to block in this situation, it could spell disaster for Kata, and he might be reliant on his top deck. Let's see how much damage is going to be dealt to him as of now.
I think that's just game, right? You block 5, you take 6 plus the overwhelm. You can further to stop
the
5.
Sand Spinner.
Yeah. Oh no, you can further Sand Spinner. Or the 5/2, yeah. The 5/2 is better to play around Shapestone. The Yeti to play around Shapestone, but that's about it. Shapestone, I'm not sure if you even survive Shapestone either way.
What he should do though is not think that much without putting the blocker on the line, because he's not going to have enough time. He fortunately survives until, but what would he need in order to win the game? here. Would he need another Ruthless, another Ruin Runner? There's not going to be enough because Sejuani comes in as a blocker. There's nothing really that Pratchett Kata can do here.
Darius, I believe he's running a one-off of Darius.
That's not a Darius.
He's running a one-off Captain Farron as well. So, both of which potentially could have given him something, but I think that's just it. Zelubia just open attacks and game over for Bratch Kata.
The last thing he can do is probably just wait and see what the top deck would have been, what would have happened if he could have had another turn. But outside of that, it seems like it's going to be game over from Delubio.
Yeah, single card, Zit, not going to cut it. But Delubio knows, just open attack. They don't have any interactive spells. And Delubio taking it against Bratch Kata here in round 6. Unfortunate for Bratch.
Go ahead.
I was just saying that's unfortunate for Bratch Kata. That's the case.
How that would weigh in the way of the tiebreakers, because I think currently, actually no, the tiebreakers are not updated yet.
No, I'm just gonna hop into another match very quickly. Both of these guys are 5-0. It is Timmy versus Dark Soul.
Timmy, we missed you, Timmy.
I'm not sure what the current score is, but we shall see soon.
It's 1-1. It's 1-1 currently. So this is the decider.
So one of these guys is going to go 6-0. Hopefully
it was bound for someone to go 6-0 at this point.
I mean, it's how Swiss works. So one will, but it's we just get to find out who that person is.
And we do need to remind people that the top cut next week is not going to be the usual single elim, it's going to be double elim instead. So it's going to be even spicier because you are given a chance even if you drop from the winner's bracket and you need to make your way through the lower bracket.
Yeah, this is a interesting attack here from Dark Soul. Doesn't use the other Trifarian Glory Seeker to pull a unit. Looks like just want to save it up a little bit, maybe to go for Hearthguard into like Assessor or something to maybe get a massive draw. But like this matchup, I feel like the Ash list should be favored because you can just chill a little bit, draw a bunch of cards, hit your Reckoning, and that you're sitting quite happily.
Yeah, I think the Reckoning is weighing in heavily. Here, oh, Darkstone realizes that that's not how the card is supposed to work. When the Soraka is healing the 3/4 to full health, and that's not going to cut it, this LeBlanc is going to get bonked.
Double fail. To even just keep alive the Boxtopus.
But this is irrelevant at this point if Dark Souls just manages to get a Reckoning. As long as the Dark Souls is going to manage to get a Reckoning, everything is going to be fine. The board is going to get eliminated easily, and Trifarian Assessor is the way to try and fish for one such Reckoning.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to attack, right, against this Soraka deck. You could just keep passing until you find Reckoning. It slows down their Star Spring a lot. The health total is kind of irrelevant, really. You can try to freeze. I guess, yeah, you could do this now because you've seen double Pales gone already and try to get a nice clean trade.
One of the other options might have been to go for the Varasan Hearthguard and then draw the next turn so you can maximize your draw potential and try to get towards that Reckoning.
So we can just Culling Strike this Soraka, right?
We can definitely try, but we also need to keep in mind that there might be a Bastion waiting for us, and the Bastion is going to absorb the Culling Strike.
Well, we can wait, right, to see if there's like an Astral Protection or something along those lines to try to keep the Crusty Codger alive. And then you can just respond with the Culling Strike.
But this board from Dark Souls is really screaming, give me a Reckoning, I'm ready, boss. Coach, put me in.
Yeah, or another Assessor, like a Glory, just something to draw. because that Star Spring's now at 13. So this is it's getting a little bit dicey.
We do see the Reckoning firing off, and the only punish to this is going to be the Bastion. There is nothing else. We've already seen double Pel Cascade, so the chances of having double Pel Cascade is not going anymore, and Britoskill is still going to cut it? No, it is not, because the unit is at 4 HP, and he falls to that trick once again.
Yeah, it's actually super tough. Dark Soul, I feel like we're talking about Reckoning a lot, but it is probably the most important card for Dark Soul to draw in probably the next turn or two to have any chance. Ooh, another important card is Ash. So we've got Ash, but we don't have Ash plus Harsh Winds. So maybe we just play Hearthguard here. I don't mind just playing Hearthguard here. Develop another big unit on the board. You don't necessarily need to play Ash just yet. And then set up a big Ash turn on the next attack.
Well, you can currently go for this, and you can set up the huge Ash turn attack next turn Dark Soul attack, simply because he's going to beef up with another Avaros and Hearthguard. But we still do need to keep track of this Star Spring that is at 17, so we just need an Astral Protection to finish this one.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about with attacking, is you give the Soraka deck a chance to speed up the Star Spring. Whereas if you just play Hearthguard and passed, that's just another turn where they don't get as much heal as they would potentially have liked. And then you just set up, you play Hearthguard, you then go Harsh Winds, Brittle, massive attack with Ash, and they can't block, right? And then you're good to go.
And I think this spells disaster in the end of the game, because Timmy is drawing here, but I am more than confident that there's going to be a way to heal in order to proc the Star Spring Wincon, and nothing good is going to come out of it. A Guiding Touch does it already.
Yeah, this is the problem. Another Astral Protection, that's just going to spell game. This is Dark Soul. It goes GG to Timmy, but like I feel like Dark Soul had to just try and stall there. It was a little bit too impatient, and tried to go for a more gaming winning play as quickly as possible, and just allowed double Astral Protection to be played, sped leveled up that Star Spring very, very quickly, and the game just ended.
And with that, we have our first X and O finalist in Timmy. So congratulations to them. And I think it is only one game that is being played so far. Actually, two.
I got told it was 1-1. So that's I think that's it for their game. And there's only one match left. Well, that is unfortunately going to be it for us tonight, guys. I hope you guys had a lot of fun watching the matches and seeing this new tournament on my channel called Legends of Invite, hosted by Invite Gaming. They've been doing a fantastic job. Do go pay attention to their stuff. I posted it on my Twitter a few days ago, so if you want their info, you can grab it from my Twitter. Everything's down below. Don't forget, if you want to see more tournament content, to follow both myself and Castmin. I believe he's just at Castmin TV. On Twitch, I believe. I think it's TV at the end. I always forget.
Yeah, it's TV at the end. On Twitch, on Twitter, everywhere. There is a Castmin somewhere in the world, and they probably have an inactive account, and that's what a lot of people witness. If there's an inactive account, you cannot take it. So I am TV.
Yeah, and that's unfortunately going to be it for us tonight, guys. We'll send you guys over to... have any of the other tournament streams booted up yet? Let's have a quick look.
OLS might start really soon. Outside of that, I do not think there is any.
No, I don't see anything either. So I might just send it over to... I'm trying to think, what should I send it over to? Is there any LOR people? I'd like to send it within LOR. If not, I can send it outside of LOR.
We can go for Lobster, we can go for TP Tips if we want. We can go for Ditch.
They have
Actually,
enough.
there is a French tournament if you want to send people over there.
Well, the university one, yeah, I can send.
Yes.
The problem is it's all in French, and my audience is primarily English. as much as I would like to send, most people just won't watch it. Yeah, I don't see much Runeterra people I want to host right now, which is a shame. I could just host someone. Oh, I know who I'm going to host. I found the perfect host. Jimmy. We're going to host Jimmy. He's a UK-based player, and he's actually streaming. He's very high on ladder, by the way, so he's very much worth watching. Go guys, go and watch him. He's a fantastic player in terms of like overall players on leaderboards and stuff like that. He's always done fantastic. Let me double check where he is at actually. He is currently sitting 13th on the leaderboard with over 500 LP. So go watch him. He's a fantastic, strong UK-based player that doesn't really play in tournaments. So go give him some love. Make him sign up and guilt tripping him to sign up into more tournaments. I've been Jams. This is Caspin. I'm going to head off tonight for today, guys. Thank you very much. See you guys next week.